Hey. Welcome to my channel. If you're new to my channel, welcome. If you're a returning subscriber, welcome back. And I hope everyone's doing good tonight. And let me pull up chat so I can see you guys. And I still can't see you. All right. So welcome mods, Patreons, former Patreons, future Patreons, members, subs, and everyone in between. So, okay. We have a lot to go over tonight. I am going to do an open panel because I would like some people's opinions on what they think. So it's not just me talking, but there's a couple things I want to go over first before we even get to that point. So first things first, all opinions matter, but don't be surprised if I should point out where your opinion is wrong. That came out wrong, but you guys know what I mean. There's a lot of stuff out there that is just bogus. Hey, Rachel, and let me also say that I want to say a big thank you to Goldie and to Marissa. I sent you guys a message on PayPal. I want to thank you guys. And I know both your screen names, so that's why I can say it. But I definitely want to thank you both for the PayPal. I had not been in PayPal in like a week, so I didn't know who sent it. Patreons, I promise you I'm going to get better with going in there. I have a bunch of new Patreons that I didn't even know about, so I'm sorry for that. My bad. It's been a crazy month. It's been a crazy week. So, okay. Let's start off with SF investigations. I'm going to start there. I am not sure what I think about this guy. I'm not sure if I think the guy is crazy, a liar, a narcissist, a phony, a fraud, or just an all-around nice guy. I don't know. So that's why I'm going to open up the panel later for all opinions. Now, as you guys know, there have been, Pippi, I agree. As you guys know, there is a text, allegedly a Facebook text, that is from Kiely's mom bashing Adventures of Purpose. I do not buy it. I do not believe it. I think it's totally fabricated and fake. So I was on Zav Girls when this first came up. And I'm going to show some of Zav's Girl when I was on there because it's easier than me clipping everything. But I want to know what you guys think. And I'll tell you what I pointed out. Now, I went through this whole thing of how it was fake. But then after I got down, somebody went up and said that their Facebook does this. So I'm going to show you this post, the fake post, all of it. So hold on. All right. Okay, so this is the post. The post says, now I didn't do that circle thing. That was actually there. Hold on. Let me see if I can make it. Oh. All right, that's a little better. So, all right. So it says, let it be known that Adventures of Purpose has not contacted me or Tony a single time throughout this ordeal. Not to offer condolences, not when the car was discovered, not once. I'm so tired of hearing how wonderful they are when all they have done is make a spectacle out of my daughter's death on their quest to make themselves heroes. They are not and will never be my hero. This is meant to be our story, not theirs. Please do not give them the pen or allow them authorship. This is the alleged post. Hey, Letha. This is the alleged post. I am not buying this post at all. I don't believe it. I think it's totally fake for multiple reasons. One, nobody has been able to find where this originated. That's first. Second of all, if this was an honest post, why would it have this in between it? Why would it be posted somewhere else? Why not just screenshot it? Why would it be posted somewhere else? That doesn't make sense. But more importantly, if you go to, you're not getting out of this one, Letha. If you go to hold on, let me come back here. If you look up here, 12 hours and then this, I don't know about you guys, but I have not been able to send a post that showed that. And if this was an original post, why is there an arrow? And I don't get what this would be. So I say it's fake. I say it's totally fake. I also don't believe that they would say that. I also don't believe that she would say something like that at all whatsoever. But if you really think about it, why would she say they're not heroes? Like it just didn't make sense to me. Besides the fact this would mean that you're searching through posts and she's saying, let it be known. That just doesn't sound like her. And to be honest with you, she's mourning the death of her daughter. I highly doubt that she would be worried about Adventures of Purpose. Now, again, knock on wood, I haven't lost a daughter. I hope I never lose a daughter. But if I did, I don't think I would be writing something like this. And she's not like some lowlife who killed her kid or something. Like this is so whack to me. To me, I'll tell you who I think would write something like this. Somebody that is jealous of AWP. Hey, Huck. Someone that's jealous of AWP. Somebody that is jealous of the attention that she's getting, maybe. No, White Eyes. My mind is somewhere else. Of somebody else that could have done it. But I really, truly think that whoever did this is very jealous of Adventures of Purpose. So he or she, I know I just said he, but he or she is trying to bash Adventures with Purpose and is trolling and figured out a perfect way to do it. It's not on Facebook. Allegedly, it came from Facebook, but nobody's been able to find it on Facebook. I definitely don't think it is. Which PI, Colleen? It's not on her page, exactly. B. Tim, I have no idea. I'm not going to point fingers at anybody. I'm just going to say that I absolutely do not believe that this was Mom at all whatsoever. To further, and again, on Zav's Girls, someone came up and was saying that this looks like it to her on, there's a globe or the people icon. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. We don't know, but it's run rampant all over the place. It is run everywhere. Fake, 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 fake. It could be just some random troll. I agree. So, like one thing I also said on Zap Girl, hey, Bobby, which I think people are not understanding correctly. It is not, I don't believe it. Lindsay, there's no way. How am I going to say this? Let me think. I'm trying to think how I'm going to say this. There's just no way that somebody who's grieving their child is going to write something like this. There's just not. But it is running everywhere. People are posting it saying it's real. There's a big controversy. Is it real? Is it fake? Nobody knows if it's fake. It could be fake. It could be real. I personally, I can eliminate it could be real because I just don't see it. I absolutely do not see it happening. I don't see Upchurch doing something like this either. So when I try to look at a post, I found the page. Where did you find the page? On her Facebook? Send me the link. Not the screenshot. Send me the link. No, it's Lindsay Neiman. Exactly, white eyes. She's not worried about it at all whatsoever. Yes. But let me show you guys something. Hold on. But you know what's weird though? It's me, Jay. Why are people making jokes at the expense of a dead child's family? Like, that's not a joke. And someone mistook what I said earlier when I said, go after other creators, go after Zanime. I was saying that they're alive to stick up for themselves and they are alive to, stand up. Kiely's not. And her family certainly doesn't want to. And I don't blame them at all. But hold on. But plain Jane, she didn't. Don't you get it? There's no way she did this. So if someone could prove me otherwise, I'll be the first to apologize. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Hold on. AWP, I lost train of thought. AWP is a dive team. AWP is not a, how do I put this? They're not police investigators. They're not PIs. They're a dive team. And because they're a dive team, that's what they do. They dive and they find people. That's it. It is not their job to contact families. It is not their job to break windows. I don't know why my voice is shaking. It's not their job to break windows. It's not their job to contact family members or tell them how sorry they are that it was their kid. As I said on Zab Girl's panel, I have a feeling, and it's just an internal feeling, but I have a feeling that AWP, like I always tell people, I've told Marissa, told Tiffany, like you can't get attached to a case. And some people say that makes me very non-emotional, but as a creator, I'm more of a reporter. Like I report cases, I talk about cases, but I know, and I learned a long time ago, never get attached to a case, never get emotional over a case in that way. Like even with Making a Murderer, I got really passionate about Making a Murderer. I still am, but I never wanted to meet the family. I never wanted to contact Steven, or Brandon or anyone in their family. I just reported on a case that I was passionate about. Same thing. So I have a feeling, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that AWP is like that. They can't get emotional. They can't get attached to something. They find a body and they move on. Plain and simple. So for those of you saying that I should not get, that don't give this any credence, but you have to understand it's all over everywhere. It's all over social media. It's all over Facebook. It's all over Twitter. It's all over everywhere. So they're not like that. Who's not like that? Oh, no, I'm not saying you're not going to get emotional over a case, but I'm saying that, they only found out about Kiely Rodni's case right before they went after her. you know? But my point is, oh, I agree with you, Charlene. No. Hold on. Let me back up. Of course, there are going to be cases that they get emotional about. Of course, there's going to be cases that is going to touch them. But overall, you can't get attached to cases. If they cried and felt emotional about every single case, every car that they found, guess what? Guess what would happen? They would not be able to do it because they would burn out, completely burn out. So that's what I'm trying to say. And it doesn't mean you can't get emotional about a case. It doesn't mean that you can't get upset over a case, but there's a difference. I've seen reporters cry, but there's a difference between getting so emotionally involved and just reporting on a case or just finding a case or feeling good that they were able to, have closure. It's a big difference. So we don't know if there was foul play. All right, so let me show you guys something else. All right, hold on. Thank you, Matt. AWP, tell family for police and work with my king. See, but all right, Matt, you were the one that was on Tyler's, right? You're the one I said come over to my live a couple of weeks ago. That was you. But in this case, in this particular case, they weren't, though, were they? They're not the ones that were supposed to contact family, right? In an active investigation. I would love to give you a link, Matt, if you're the same guy that was on Tyler's. I want to show something here. Hold on one moment. Plain Jane, the entire universe on social media is discussing it. The whole everywhere. You can find this post everywhere. I'm not here to say how to judge it. I'm here to tell you that it's fake. Big difference. And I'm going to show you continually why I know it's fake. Who didn't hear about it till now? I've been talking about this all day. I've been talking about this for hours. Hours. Hold on. All right. Does it look real? Looks pretty real to me. How is it blurry? I don't know why it's blurry. It looks clear to me.
Did you take my clothes out the dryer?
No.
Before?
I'm live. You see what I mean, though? This is how easy it is to fake this stuff. This is how easy it is. That's right. You see what I'm saying, though? And this was a quick, like, I pulled this up on Zap Girls Live. This was a quick, like, thing. But that's how easy it is. Hold on. Oh, look, you can see my cursor. Hang on 1 second. I want to remove that. Oh. All right. You see how easy that is, though? That looks legit. You can't really tell that's fake. I mean, you can because it's obvious, but you know what I mean. It's that simple. So, I know, right? That would be a great exclusive. But you see what I'm saying, though? That's how simple it is. Now, let's go one step. Yeah, Britney Spears liked it. No, it's not even Photoshop. It's a fake app. It's just a fake app. It's a fake Facebook app where you can make fake posts. So that's how easy it is to make a fake post. Now, so this has been like debating all day of what's real, what's not real, what's fake, what's not fake. How anyone could think about bashing it. Yeah, but they're not. I'm telling you, it's fake. Now let's go one step further. So this is what the private investigator posted. Exactly. That's what I'm about to show, True Crime Junkie. Just to prove my point, to back up. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Matt, would you like a link? So just to further prove how I know it's fake, I'm going to show you. Whoop. So the PI had posted this. Says, over the last 17 days, we have been filled with uncertainty, grief, and fear. Locating our granddaughter on Monday has brought us an element of resolution. While not the conclusion we had hoped for, this agony has been brought to an end. Yes, we are saddened, but we now know where our dear Kiely rests. It took an army of individuals to find her, from backcountry hikers to the FBI, divers, the tow truck operator, print shops, sheriff's, police, Homeland Security, and ultimately the Adventures of Purpose team who found her. Collectively, we all made it happen. Everyone volunteered their skills, stood up for Kiely, and hit the pavement running. In the end, we found her. There will always be an armchair warrior contributing to an unproductive display of criticism, ridicule, and blame. The Nevada and Placer County Sheriff's Departments gave it their all. For those who point fingers and don't believe in our law enforcement, if you ever find yourself in deep trouble, simply dial 911. Law enforcement will be at your door within minutes to hold you up during your darkest hour. We are forever indebted to you. Kindly, David and Cassandra Robertson. There's absolutely no way that they would have wrote something like that. That, you know, literally a couple of hours later, they would have, the mother would have said, don't thank them. It's fake. 150% it's fake. No, this letter is real, but I'm saying that there's no way that she would have wrote something like that to AWP. Not happening. I'm not, this has nothing to do with Sammy. Well, why are you walking around eating?
No, he's
Okay. There's lots of other chats that negative people can go to. You don't need to be here with negativity. You don't need, I don't need to eat dog shit to know it doesn't taste good. So yeah, there are certain things you just know, and there's certain things that are unsure. I know that post is fake. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Every time Doug goes down, I say it's time to go back down to the Titanic. Okay, it's Anastasia. Then send me the original link since you know it's real. I'll wait. You know my email. Send me the original link. Don't send me a screenshot. You just said you know it's real. So show me the original screenshot. No, it's not a response because it says it's a post. I totally agree, True Crime Junkie. And you could disagree with me all day long. Just bring you proof. So when you have proof, let me know. Because you don't have proof because it's not real. Okay. The other thing I want to address as far as psychics go. All right. So as you guys know, I do believe in psychics. And hold on. Whoop. That I do believe in psychics. I just don't believe in most of the YouTube psychics. Because most of the YouTube psychics are I just don't buy it. Okay. All right. Matt, give me 1 second. I will get you a link. Here you go, Matt. Diane, I totally agree. Totally agree. The family's other statements are always so eloquent, are always so positive. You know, sometimes you just have to use a little common sense. Correct. Kylie's dad was there with his ex-father-in-law. Kylie's granddad, they were the first to know as soon as AWB found her. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Diane, I agree with you. Now, Matt that's coming up, Matt knows AWP. And I actually first heard him on Tyler's. But while I'm waiting for him, let me address something else about psychics. So there was a video that was put in my mailbox today that absolutely was interesting, but I wasn't buying because I'm like, it really doesn't have much to do with the case. And the contents of it really don't even matter. Like the contents are pointless. What I did find though is that she kept saying in the video that Kiely told her this stuff. And this was coming from Kiely. And Kiely, was speaking to her and told her about all this. And she uncovered all this stuff. Hold on. Hey, Matt.
Hello, all you spiffy people.
How are you?
Not too bad.
All right.
It sucks flying with an ear infection, but you get that.
I'm sorry. So before I introduce you and everything, let me just finish out my thought. So
Yep.
Look, guys, look what I found today, dated in June. This was dated on June 4th of 2022. And it is the exact same thing that this quote unquote psychic said that, Kiely told her everything and she uncovered something that nobody's uncovered before. June 4th, 2022 is when this came out. Long before Kiely ever went missing. There's no conspiracy. There's nothing happening here. This is simply something that happened with the sheriff prior, has nothing to do with Kiely. There's no big cover up with Kiely. But the way this girl said it today, this way this girl's psychic made it sound is that, all this came out after Kiely went missing or after Kiely was found. So everything in this girl's video was taken from right here, and it's all a big lie. I mean, it's not a big lie. It's real, but it didn't happen after Kiely. And Kiely didn't tell her about all this information. This all came out June 4th. So I just want to clear that up. It's another reason why I don't believe in any of the psychics on YouTube. So now that we cleared that up, how are you, Matt?
Yep, all good.
So
Just it's a bit sore, but all good.
Are you in the States?
Forgive me. Sorry?
Are you in the United States?
No, I'm in Australia.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I live on the Great Barrier Reef in Cairns, but I've just travelled down to Brisbane for my brother to have surgery. So.
I'm sorry. We have a lot of Aussies in here. So I had originally heard you on. I'm Laura, by the way. I had originally heard you on Tyler's channel a couple weeks ago. You're friends with AW,
yep.
right?
Correct. Well, some of the guys. I talked to Jared and his wife a bit. I talked to Doug a bit. I talked to Josh heaps because we're both tech nerds and into photography and stuff.
Okay. Great.
So,
now,
but I originally got to know them through Dan, the cameraman. He used to do all the video for them. But after their first big tour of around half the states or whatever, one being so young, and that, but he got too attached to the cases and that. But also he wanted to move on and go study at college and all that stuff. So, but yeah, a big reason why Dan and Sam left was just it was getting too much to handle. So.
Okay. And which goes back to my theory of don't get emotionally attached on cases.
Yep.
So there's a lot of things that you can actually straighten out that a lot of people are wondering. And tonight was like the perfect night for you to be here. So I'm really glad you are here. I've heard a lot of different theories about Jared and, well, how come he wasn't in the search? Now, the truth of that is, which is what I've been telling people, he's starting another team. And
correct. Jared is back home setting up they've bought a second RV. The one that the guys are in now is the old RV, but as they were leaving for this trip that they're on now, I think he said it was the transmission fluid or something. Some of the one of the fluids started dripping on the exhaust pipe, and would have caught fire. And the last thing they needed, themselves needing to be rescued out of a lake or river or something. So yeah, they took that back. So Jared's back at home. He was spending some time with his wife for her birthday, and that, but also, yes, he's at home getting the second rig, the second trailer stocked up, ready to go. And they had a GoFund. If anyone watches this channel regularly, they often talk about wanting a thing called a magnetometer, which will allow them to see cars that have been in so long that they're completely submerged with silt and dirt. They set up a GoFundMe and they've raised the money for that magnetometer. So he's also learning how to use that.
Okay. So, and thank you for that, because that clears up a lot of rumors I've heard. Everyone's thinking there's something shady going on. And I was like, nope, there's nothing shady.
No.
Putting together a new team so they can do double the work they've done. I was like, there's nothing shady behind it. So
that's another reason why they brought Nick onto the team. Nick is the one that dove down on Kiely's car. He's actually the diving instructor that trained Doug and Jared how to dive. So he will be running one team. Doug will be running the other team, and then Jared will go with whichever one needs him most.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So that cleared up that rumor. What do you think about the text message?
I haven't seen it. I just came in late.
Oh, okay.
But as I was saying in the chat over here, I'm actually qualified to testify in court whether images have been doctored, photoshopped, or manipulated.
Oh, okay. So it's a little hard to see it, but this is
the one you showed a minute ago about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. The moment I saw it, I could tell it was fake.
Oh yeah.
Just looking at the font and the text.
Okay. What about the one that's on?
You could see that the font was very thin and pixelated.
Okay.
Which was a dead giveaway that it's a fake. They tried to find a font close to what Twitter uses.
No, this is Facebook.
Or Facebook. Sorry. They tried to find a font close to what Facebook uses, but they didn't get it exact. So
now, the one thing that I see, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this white doesn't seem to line up. Like the white on where it meets the top screen and where it's allegedly Facebook. Like, what I mean, Facebook, allegedly this was copied and pasted or whatever, but that wouldn't have the Facebook F there and an all black screen.
Is there a way I can hide the chat so I can make it full screen and see that?
Yeah, hold on.
I've never used this app before, so. And I'm using it on my phone. I wonder if this is how I do it.
Can you see it now?
I can see it a bit better. Yeah. Okay.
Like if this was a copy and paste, this F wouldn't be there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like someone took a picture, in my opinion, photoshopped it or something. It's like it's supposed to, I guess it's supposed to be real with the Facebook thing right there, but that doesn't make sense to me because you wouldn't have the F there. It looks, because the background wouldn't be black. Yeah, I thought of that too. It's a screenshot, but you still wouldn't have the.
It's a screenshot. The other thing that stands out is what you've got circled there, the fact that it's set to friends only.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
It says let
which means it was someone that that knows her. But also with Facebook, when you type a message that long, the font doesn't stay bold. After a certain number of characters, it goes to the same type of text as what's in the comments next to it, over to the right side of the page. So I would feel comfortable standing in front of a jury and saying that's fake.
Okay. What stood out to me, though, I mean, what really stood out to me was in a post, this makes it look like you're searching for the post, and it makes it look like that you are like this was in a group, because
You read my mind.
yeah, because if this was a friend and you were
Yep.
writing this to a friend, you wouldn't be searching for it because you wouldn't know it was there.
Yeah.
So it just, between that and the backspace and then the three dots here, like just none of it made sense to me. Like this to me is totally fake. And then why is there a gap here and this is black in between?
Again, you're reading my mind.
See, maybe I should be an expert witness. It just, nothing added up. And I was like, and nobody's been able to show the original post.
Yeah.
And all right, so you agree this is fake?
100%. I would confidently swear in court that that is fake.
Okay. Now, we check that off the list. Now, my other question with this is, though, she wouldn't, she's had a good relationship with AWP, right?
I don't know so much what, as far as I'm aware, yes, she has had a good relationship with them. I know Kiely's granddad and father has, and that her granddad was stayed with the guys while they packed up and waited for when they pulled the car out. So from memory, the way they were telling me, once the police dive team got there, they then got off site because it's an active crime scene, and the dive team took over, and that I need to check with them because I'm not sure whether I misheard them or not, but it sounded like they were saying that the is it the driver's side? I think it's the driver's side for you guys.
Yeah.
The window that was smashed.
Mm-hmm. That was the driver's side.
Yeah. From memory, and that it sounded like I mean they were Josh was pretty, that they had just finished the case when he was telling me stuff and that. So But it sounded like the window smashed and the mirror broke when they were rolling it, flipping it back over onto its wheels.
Okay. And that was a rumor, and that's what a lot of people say. My only question with that is a lot of videos I've watched with AWP, they're always so careful about moving a car. I remember one I watched, I don't remember what state it was in, but it was like a 20-something-year-old car. And one of the divers said that his foot, the guy's foot who was in the car, like
Yep.
came off. And they were
Yep.
so careful about not breaking anything, not breaking a window, not moving, like just keeping it. Thank you, Avery. Just keeping it as, together as possible. So,
Yep. They've done things like used bait casting nets to keep things in. If they can, they'll put a tarp in, but getting that under the water and attaching is tough. I've seen them use spare body bags from the coroner to seal up windows. But keep in mind, in this case, AWP didn't have anything to do with the recovery.
that's what I thought. Okay.
They went out, so they took both boats out. Nick went one way, Doug went the other.
Okay.
Nick found a big something underwater. He attacked it from multiple angles, and that, which, as I was saying on the other stream, you would have heard me say, the reason why they don't usually do fresh cases is because the car hasn't had time to build up silt, rust, and mold and all that on it. So it reflects the sonar signal really weirdly.
Okay.
And that, so if you look at the sonar images that they put up, it's really hard to tell it's a car. So then Doug went and had a look and went over it several times. And he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure we've got something here. But they weren't convinced to even think about diving until they dropped the magnet down and it connected. That's when they finally felt, yes, we've found a vehicle, and dove on it. So, and yeah, so when Nick went down, the two rear windows were, well, you saw it was half cracked.
Yeah.
And that, which kind of explains why the car flipped in the water. If the windows were up, it would have floated longer, and probably then just slowly went nose down, kind of, and would have landed wheels up, wheels down. Sorry, but because the back windows were down, the water was able to pull in, and that then the weight of the water rushing to the front from the engine pulling it down would be enough to flip it over. And they found the car sideways in the water.
Okay.
So it looks like it went in at an angle.
Okay, so this is some prime information that I have a lot of questions on. So you're saying that because the back windows were half down, both of them were half down.
Yep.
The car got in the water and sank really, really quickly, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then
if you think of the Titanic, how, so the front started going down, and then because they didn't seal the segments all the way up to the roof right along, once it got to the third compartment in the Titanic, the thing just went you know, bottom straight up, because all the weight was at the front where the boiler, that, you know, the boiler room and the engine room and all that was, and all the water was pulling into the front first. So it pretty much would have done what the Titanic did, but because it was, you know, metal and that, it's, well, so was the Titanic, but it wasn't under the as much stress as the Titanic in that. So as it went down, and that, the weight then would have of the water would have then gone more to the roof. The heavier part of the car would have been the roof and the compartment. So then that would have then fallen down.
Okay. So
I hope I described that well enough to
you did.
imagine. I'm not very good at describing depictive stuff, but yeah.
No, I think you're doing great. So I guess what I'm having a hard time, I guess I could just say a point out blank. Based on what we know and what you just said, and both back windows are open, so water would have come rushing in. She really didn't have a chance once she hit that water. Like are we
Especially if she was intoxicated.
Okay, forget that for a minute, just by the water rushing. When you say, and I've looked online at different times, but when you say, like, you know, the car sank, are we talking it went down within a matter of like 3 seconds, or are we talking like 10
No,
seconds?
no. Oh, it would have taken minutes.
Oh, even with the back
Yeah,
window open?
yeah. Think how long it takes to fill up you know, you can do an experiment of it. Partly seal up or seal up a bucket or a container. Get a container that you can put a tight lid on, and cut 2 little holes in the side, and then, you know, put it into water, push it down a little bit so the water can start pulling in, and see how long it takes to fill up.
Okay. But it shows,
So,
watch videos and stuff of, even when AWP did the video of, you know, water rushing in, it looked like it happened within a matter of seconds. It may not have sank right away, but the water came rushing in within a matter of seconds. And
yeah, the water will rush in really fast, but then the weight will go to the heaviest point of the car, which is the front compartment and like the driver and passenger seat. So that is why they would have found her in the back seat. She tried to escape.
Oh, she did try to escape?
That would be why she was in the back seat. The only 2 ways she would be in the back seat is A, she wasn't wearing her seatbelt, and the water pushed her there, which is possible, but not probable. The seats would have caught her and kept her in the front. And that it's more likely that she tried jumping into the back to try and find a way out. If she had one of the window tools that AWP sell, she could have smashed one of the windows and quite easily swum out.
Yeah, but see, my feeling with Kiely is it was so pitch black that she may have just given up because she couldn't, even if she got out, which way was she going? I don't know how long her lights would have lasted, but it was so dark there that she may have not even known. She may have been swimming the wrong way. You know what I mean?
Oh, it would have shorted out very quickly with the electrics in the water.
That's the other thing I was going to ask you. Do you know how? Because that was another debate we had. Like, how long? I tried looking it up online. We couldn't find anything. Like, how long does her light stay on?
Yeah, once the water gets to all the electrics under the hood, it would have shorted them out.
Okay. Now, another debate, not a debate, more like of a discussion that people have had is, and I know you can't answer everything,
I
is
can try.
that AWP stated immediately that, it was Kiely in the car. Now, I use reasonable deduction that it was her car. They guarantee this from the license plate. They verified it from the license plate. So, reasonably speaking, she's probably not that swollen or decomposed that they were able to recognize that it was her in the back. But this has been a point that a lot of people are debating about. Well, how did they know? How would they know? Any insight on that? Like, what did they use reasonable deduction, or was she visibly noticeable that it was her?
Um, a lot from column A and a little from column B.
Okay.
I feel a bit like Robin Williams in Aladdin. Yeah, you'll see it on all the videos when they discover cars. As soon as they pull the license plate off and it's the car, it's a bit of a no-brainer. That's who it's going to be.
That's what
So he would have looked in, seen it was a young female, or felt, depending on visibility. But looking at the video, you could clearly see the license plate in that, so visibility was great. He would have looked in, seen it was a young female, probably the clothes that she was wearing, and could comfortably say there. But it's very common, even ones that have been underwater for a number of years that are nothing but bone now. You'll see on, I'm trying to think which episode it was. Nick. So they caught up with the family beforehand, and the family, and they were straight out. Okay, where's the first place you think he would go? And they told them exactly where to go. Where he loved to go fishing, and he was exactly where his mum said he's likely to be. And so they did as they usually do. They dove on it. They pulled the license plate off, came back up and said the car's all windows are intact and it's sealed. It's on its wheels. The family was already there when they dove on it, so they didn't have to call them in to to let them know. And that, so they called the police straight away. And as soon as the police got on site, they they first started arguing, how do you even know it's his car? And Jared handed him the license plate and said, there. And then it's, how do you know anyone's even in it? And Jared was like, well, we were able to see, we could tell that there were remains in the vehicle. And they weren't the police officer, he was like, well, I'm not going to get your hopes up and even say it's him. And that's when the mother and Jared both snapped, going, are you out of your mind? It's,
No,
it's clear as day. He's the one that will be in there. And then if you, the police department ended up getting a lot of complaints from viewers of, this was one of their first recoveries as well. And that because the officer was telling them not to record him, and that, saying that it's probably not even him in the car and whatnot. So they got so many complaints that they then called Jared whilst they were on another live stream for another recovery they did. And he was asking them to pull the episode down, because they were copying so much flack for it. And Jared was just like, yeah, no, not happening. I'll remove any I'll block any comments that put your name out there and all that kind of thing. But other than that, no, you got what you deserved. So yeah, it's often just putting the puzzle pieces together. The car matches, the license plate matches the plate that they're looking for. Description of the car works. They can see that there are remains inside. They're 99% sure that it is. Because of the fact that it's an open case, that's why Jared then went back to the Post and edited it, saying that they believe that it would be her.
Okay.
He went back and changed the wording to just to make the police happy that he wasn't promising anything before he could.
Because that's what I thought, though, and I looked at it as, they're the ones that found the car. They're the ones that looked in. The waters are cold, so I can't imagine that she's completely decomposed, and there's probably enough of her to recognize her, because water, it takes, you freeze a little, basically. And being that the water, according to what I found, was under 50, she was visibly, you can see who it was. So that's why I said I don't think that AWP would put their reputation out there unless they knew. Forget about making the cops happy, just in general,
Yeah.
you can look at somebody and know who it is if she's recognizable.
They were pretty confident that it was her.
That's what I figured, and that's what I've been telling people. So there was a little square, and I think you discussed this on Tyler's, but to me now it all makes sense. There was a little square that they had marked off. I always saw it as that's where tire tracks went straight from. That's where something showed that she turned. Did they say anything about what that was?
No, that's for the police investigation to work out. They didn't really pay much attention to and they didn't see anything on the shore that kind of led them to she's in there.
Okay.
Now,
they had also originally told AWP, don't look in that lake. There's no reason to look in that lake. We've had divers there. We searched 100 times. And AWP said, no, for our own benefit, we need to do it anyway, which was smart of them. I would have done the same thing, because otherwise
that's their number one rule. It's not cleared until they clear it themselves.
Okay. And that makes perfect sense. I mean, I totally understand that. Do you think, because I kind of think that with the cops, it's more of an ego thing? Like, some people are running with conspiracy, and I'm not seeing it like that. I just think it's an ego thing, that AWP was able to find them in 20 minutes, and all their dive teams and everything else couldn't find it. Did AWP say anything about that? Did they think maybe it's just an ego thing?
Well, no. AWP, you'll see it on the episode when it comes out, but AWP pretty much said it the same way as the police said it. They were diving from the surface, and so they had the silt and that between them. They didn't go that deep because they didn't want to disturb the bottom and all that, which is kind of silly. It's like, well, you kind of need to.
Exactly. Go to the bottom.
And that, so, but there's a reason why there's much every case AWP solves The police have already.
You're breaking up. Come back, Matt. There you are.
Hello.
There you are. Are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, now you're back.
Is it working?
Yeah, now it is. Shoot.
Okay, sorry.
It's
Yeah. I'm on my phone signal, so I don't have the best signal.
It's okay. Now you're back. I mean, you've been sounding great up until the last couple of minutes, and then I'm like, no, we lost him. All right.
No, I'm still here. Yeah, so the police, the AWP will say the exact same thing as the police. AWP are trained to know what, they when they do their sonar information talk at the start of the videos, they they always say we go a certain speed. We use 3 different angles, or 3 different views. We use a side view, a down view, and a live view. That the police aren't trained to do this because it's not often that they're needing to search the bodies of water and that. So, but on the plus side, a lot of police departments and fire departments are now starting to ask AWP to come and train their teams how to do this stuff.
That's fantastic. That's great, though.
Definitely.
It scares me, though, like what you said, that what?
We'll take a load off them. They, everyone's like, AWP, come save them.
Oh, you're breaking up again. You're breaking up. No. I can't hear you. Not yet. Come back. Okay. He'll be back. My opinion, something visibly was off because AWP would not no, they weren't allowed to disturb the car. They weren't hired to. That's another thing I want to speak to him about. They weren't hired to touch the car. They were just hired to find the car. And then the rest is on LE. AWP has learned to tread lightly with police. Sometimes they're well received, others not so much. I really believe it's an ego thing. I think the police, it was an ego thing. I really do. Hey, Tanya. They examined it externally only. Exactly. That's all they were allowed to do, was look at it externally. I don't even believe they could touch it. I don't think they were even allowed to touch the car. Avery, did you want to link too? For someone that was going at Avery, let me just say that Avery said what Matt had already said. Like, she didn't say anything that the family wouldn't want known, because we already know both windows were down. We talked about it tonight. So it was kind of weird that someone went at her for that when there was no reason to go at her for that, because we had just talked about it. I think she came in and said it right after we said it. Or right, yeah, I think it was simultaneously, actually. No, Penny's not. If you rewind, you'll see where I disputed that. No, someone said, oh, well, does the family want you to know? Or, the family this. But we had already discussed it. Yeah, while I'm waiting for Matt to come up or Avery to come up or anyone else for that matter, I had shown earlier that if you heard it from some psychic who's claiming that Kiely told her this stuff and she got all this information, it's all a lie, because where she got it from is a website back from June 4th. And that is, I'll show it to you. Wrong one. Yeah, right here. June 4th, 2022. Oh, Avery, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted a link. So yeah, this goes through the entire everything that was in that girl's video. It's right here. It's from back in June. Mom. So yeah, no psychic came up with it. There's no, there's no big revelation that Kiely told her. It all came from this article from back in June. But there's something else I want to show you that I was hoping Matt would be up here. Because one of my Patreons found something. I mentioned about the family, not in regards to the windows being down. No, I wasn't talking about you, Stephanie. I was talking about Avery.
The one with the septum and the long hair?
All right, so check it. One of my Patreons discovered this. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah, no, they look like a long time ago.
All right, just check this out. Hold on, let me move it over. Oh. Okay. So my question is, this says she was last seen here. Hold on. Let me do this another way. Hold on. Hold on. Why is this working? Welcome, Penny. And I'm trying to make it bigger and it's just not working. All right, here we go. All right, so the blue I made. But this is where she was last seen. This is where she was found. Okay? Here's the road. So going to the accident theory, it seems to me that she just lost control of the car and went straight down. That's the only logical thing that makes sense to me. And I could show you the other picture, but last seen, she went to go to the road. Somehow, because it was dark, she lost control and just went straight in. No conspiracy, no craziness, no wild theories. Just lost control of the car and went straight in. Hey, Des. To me, that makes the most logical sense. What do you guys think? Matt, here's the link again. Hey, Ruby. You know what I'm saying? Like, looking at it this way, exactly, that she probably didn't even have time to even brake. She may have just gone straight in. Because whenever we look at Google Earth, everything is like upside down and, you know, like it's hard to see. But what's even more interesting, and I'm hoping that AWP maybe could shed some light on this. I mean, that Matt might be able to shed some light. They may have discussed it or they may not have discussed it. Hang on, let me show you, which is the original of this one. Okay. Yeah, here's the original. So this was posted 2 weeks ago in the Find Kiely group by the owner of the site. Why would all of this be blocked off and stay out of the blue area, which is all of this? This is where she was last seen. Did the phone ping like that? Like, why would they stay out of that entire area? That's a big area to stay out of. I mean, here's the water. What did they think was over here? This Mac guy virtually confirmed everything you said from the beginning. Why, thank you, John. I'm pretty smart. I'm telling you, I'm pretty good at figuring things out. People just want to argue with me all the time. Am I always right? No, I'm not.
Matt joined.
A lot of times I'm wrong. Hey, Matt.
Let's try this again.
All right. Oh, you sound good this time. So, and John, thank you.
Yeah, I hacked next door's Wi-Fi. Let's just not tell them.
That'll work. Not tell them. Nobody will tell. And John, thank you for the super chat. Also want to say, guys, super chats definitely help support the channel, helps me stay alive, helps put food on the table, but more importantly, helps me keep my internet and everything for you guys. So, Matt, this map that you see.
Yep.
This shows last seen was here. We know she was found here. Why would such a huge area be blocked off and told stay out of the blue area?
When did they block it off?
This was 2 weeks ago. This was before they found her.
Okay, only reason I can think of is I think they had EquiSearch come in.
Okay.
Who are trained in searching with drones. Their drone cameras are so good that they will see a piece of confetti on the ground and see that the color, find that color doesn't belong there, and they can zoom in enough to see a piece of confetti. So they probably had Equisearch, sorry, in their with their drones at the time, and they didn't want to contaminate.
Oh, that makes sense. And someone said this was August 8th is when this was
Okay.
put up on the Find Kylie.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that it would be the time when they were doing drone searches and they didn't want to contaminate whilst they had the drones in there.
Okay. Now, my other question is, when it comes to whether it was an accident, whether it was something shady going on, from what AWP saw in the area, did they give you any insight on they believe it was an accident, the way the car looks, it looks like an accident, any alcohol in the car, like anything?
They didn't search the car for alcohol and that. That's what once they find a vehicle and it has human remains in it, they're hands off.
Okay.
Until the police instruct whether they want them to help rig it to pull it out or not. They won't touch anything inside the vehicle or anything because it's a crime scene. So
Oh no.
yeah. But if I was to bet on it, I would say she was driving home, maybe had adrenaline pumping after the party. Maybe there was arguments going on around her or something. I mean, she was only 16, driving home at midnight after a party where potentially people were drinking. Maybe she had a couple of drinks or something. She unfortunately took a wrong turn, and by the time she hit, she hit the water, there was nothing she could do. Because when you're driving through the bush and that, once you hit the water, or you don't see the water until you hit it. It's very common with dementia patients, and that a lot of the people that they find are elderly people with conditions like dementia and that, and it's usually a case of they've taken a wrong turn and ended up hitting a boat ramp and not knowing that they were hitting the water till they hit the water.
Okay. Now, well, you're in Australia. You wouldn't seen it. My only issue with that is have you seen the videos of people driving and showing the trail to get there and what it looked like and everything?
I've seen a couple of them.
Because I just feel like if she was that drunk, and this is where I play devil's advocate, and I don't even, I see both sides, but if she was that drunk, wouldn't she have hit a tree? If she was
I would think the same thing.
So you and I think a lot alike.
Yeah, I would think she would hit a tree, or get bogged in the sand, if she was that drunk. So, if anything, she had a couple of drinks that was enough to make her maybe a little bit tipsy, lightheaded or something. I don't think she did anything. She definitely wasn't sloshed.
How do you know she didn't hit a tree?
Well, yeah, she got that far. And that usually people that are completely, excuse the term, shit-faced, if they're going to be drink driving, they usually have an autopilot route. Oh heck, my phone might die on me. I've only got 3% left.
Plug it in.
I'm not winning. What was I going to say? Yeah, they have a an autopilot route home, and that a familiar route that they drive often in that. So if she was that hammered, I would I would think she would have crashed or something beforehand, and that. So I'm leaning towards, if anything, she was a little bit tipsy, enough that she could see that she was on the road, but didn't realize that she went the wrong direction, and the road just happened to end up leading her straight into the water.
Okay. Did AWP happen to mention how fast they thought the car may have been going, just from the way it sank? I mean, they see cars like this all the time. Did they give an estimate?
Impossible.
Oh, it is
absolutely impossible to tell.
All right. Are you there, Matt? And thank you, Baby Peach. That's pretty funny. Thank you for the laugh. But thank you so much for the super chat. Again, super chats help, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, that's something that the police will find in their investigation. But we didn't see any crap.
What? Hello? I think we lost them. No. I think we may have officially lost them. Once I heard that final squeak, I was like, no, that's his phone that just died. I know it. No, it didn't float. That's what he was saying. Both back windows were half down. And he was saying that it's very possible, hey, Barbie, that it's very possible that Kiely was trying to get out of the back seat. But like I said, it was pitch black there. I can't even imagine. I couldn't even imagine. Like I have said before, I don't even know if I would have tried to get out or I would have just succumbed to my element. I mean, that's really how I felt. Like it is just so pitch black. Guys, if you're having a problem with someone, just block them. And mods, if someone's trolling, block them. Yeah, that was confirmed by a few different people, Ruby. Oh, absolutely cause a panic, especially if you don't realize what's happening. Yeah, that's another thing I was going to ask him about, the black box. Hang on one second. I got to change the batteries on my vape. My batteries are inside. Bear with me 1 second. See, this is why cigarettes were so much easier. This is why cigarettes were so much easier. You don't have to worry about all this. That's what I'm saying, Gigi. It is kind of strange. Facebook post, I already know what you're going to say. All right, hold on. Hang on. Want to watch a great video? I watched it already. I showed it on my channel, actually. Thank you, Penny. Windows open and make sure that, see, I don't know. I believe me, I'm not ruling out conspiracy at all. I am absolutely not ruling that out. I'm not ruling out that somebody had, I'm not ruling out that something crazy could have happened. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to rule it out. And that's possible too. What a pressure. Okay, Plain Jane, what are you talking about? How about, Plain Jane, how about you go worry about other channels and I'll worry about my channel. Thanks. I don't need your advice on blocking and not blocking. So thanks. I'll keep it in mind though. Yeah, I've seen a couple of those videos, Mikey. I have seen a couple of those videos. See, I don't know. I don't think she fell asleep. Thank you, Penny. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Supporting us. True crime forums. Absolutely. One sec. See, a lot of people do think that she was dead before she hit the water, and it's possible. Unlikely, but possible. There you go, Matt. Yeah, that was another thing somebody said. Somebody talked about the autopsy, and they were saying that talk about the autopsy. They were saying that, the family won't release it. There seems to be some confusion with that because, guys, the family doesn't owe us anything. They don't owe us answers. They have nothing to prove to us. This is their 16-year-old only daughter. I don't know if I'd release it either. Like, even though this case is public, it's not like Gabby Petito was.
Matt joined.
So I just feel like they don't owe us anything. Like, they don't have to give us information or tell us what the autopsy says. Like, they just don't. It's their right not to. So don't be surprised if they don't. Hey, Matt. Matt? Matt? I don't know if that's really Matt or I'm going to get porned or what. Hey, Cambolina. Sorry, Avery's chats in the beginning. I don't want to misquote what you said. I thought it was intriguing. Well, unless I missed something, what I saw was that she had said that the windows were half down, which me and Matt had already discussed. And then we had, and then that was pretty much it. Matt, if that was you, let me know. Full moon still is not going to give that much light. Not when you're panicking at 12:30 at night. There's no way. Matt has brothers. I know he said he did, but he had an icon before. So I just want to make sure it was him, but then we couldn't hear. Shell said issue with Sammy and Kiely and new dude. Well, the issue with Sammy and Kiely is that they were not friends. I mean, that's kind of an issue if you ask me. But according to Megs, they were not friends, which I found very interesting. Yeah, pitch black. I believe it was pitch black. I mean, this is a 16. And here's the other thing that Zavgirl found out yesterday, which I found really interesting as well, is that she didn't have this car for like a year. She was only driving this car for a month. So she wasn't used to it. It's not like she was really used to a car. You know how you drive and you get really used to a car? She wasn't used to the car at all. It was like a brand new car. I think she had it like 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks. That also may have played a part in it. She didn't know how to control it. Hey, Joseph. She didn't know how to control it. She didn't know how to handle it because it was brand new. Video game controller evolves into a muscle. Oh, I was like, what the hell are you typing? Then I realized it was a sticker. Thank you so much, Mikey. Matt, is that you?
Yes.
All right, there you are. Was that you before?
Yeah, Microsoft Edge doesn't like the platform.
Oh, okay.
It wouldn't let me access my microphone.
Uh-huh. All right.
No. As I was going to ask, it's California, isn't it, where it happened?
Yes, Northern California.
I do believe they make their autopsy results available to the public.
Yeah, but she's a minor.
They will redact it.
But do they owe us anything? They don't owe us anything.
They don't owe us anything, but I think California do release the full autopsy results. And if it's a minor, they redact. I may be wrong. I'll have to ask Emily D. Baker. She'll know.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure California do release the full autopsy results.
Okay. I wish Emily would do more true crime stuff. She just likes all the drama law stuff.
Yeah, she's more into the pop culture sort of stuff.
Pop culture, yeah. But she's great. So, did you follow the case before AWP got involved, or because of AWP you got interested?
I'm trying to think when I first found it. It was before I got into looking at it when the video of Sammy in the car came out.
Okay.
A friend of mine sent it to me and asked me to watch it and see what I thought of her body language and that in there. And you probably noticed when I think it was the chat, the stream that you were on. I was talking on a stream. I've been on a few now. And I gave the very unpopular opinion that other than I think it's clear as day that Sam was lying about. Sorry, yes, I do say a lot.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. I'm actually dyslexic and autistic, so yeah.
Oh. My son is Asperger's.
Yeah. So, yes, we're very advanced in some areas and really suck in others. So
I think you're doing great.
that's why I haven't started my YouTube channel yet. because they know I'm going to be spending a hell of a lot of time editing out all the ums.
It takes time. It does. We've all done it. And the best way to learn is to hear yourself. When you go live, like I try to change things every time I actually listen to myself live. I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I say that? So I used to say all the time too. And you just become conscious of it.
Yeah.
But the reason
So,
I asked,
yeah,
the reason I asked,
I got involved when when the video of Sammy first came out, and I put out the unpopular opinion that I believe the story she was telling of the party was pretty accurate. She didn't seem to be too dishonest about what happened at the party, but she was lying through her teeth about being best friends with her, and that I think they were just more acquaintances than anything.
well, according to our other friend, they never even hung out. Like they never spent time together, ever.
That's what I got from the interview with her. Yeah, they barely knew each other. I think Sammy was just doing all of that to make mum and dad proud, because apparently mum's a lawyer, dad's a private investigator or something.
Allegedly.
So it makes sense that's why she knew all the lingo. And yeah, she was more interested in making mum and dad proud. So that's why she tried to jump in front. And I think the reason why Kiely's mum was saying that Sammy was helping and that is because she didn't really know how many friends or who Kiely's friends were at school. So,
and I agree with that. There's a picture that I'm looking for. Give me one moment.
oh, thanks, Brian. You answered my question that I was actually going to ask. Does anyone know what the moon was like that night? That would, if it was a big full moon, then if she had have been able to smash the window and get out, she would have been able to see where the shore was and swim over.
Okay, I'm going to show you guys something that's going to blow your mind. If you didn't see this on Zab Girl, it's going to blow your mind. I promise. Hold on. I was blown away. I watched it like 10 times. Hold on. All right. So someone sent this to Zav Girl. She took the time and she did an overlay. And check this out.
Okay, look at this, guys. Somebody just sent this to me. It's Princess Ashley. Good work, Princess. I'll have to really examine this, but look.
Now, we all see that this was the picture from the party. This was alleged to be from the party. Notice, though, you don't see anyone with a beer in their hand. There's not 300 people, but watch what happens.
Looks pretty good from what I'm looking at real quick.
My gosh, it's up your alley. This is like right up your alley.
This is like, man, this is something that I love it. Look at this.
Check this out.
It looks pretty precise. Like I said, I'm gonna have to look. So that's where, okay, so then this is where Kiely was parked back here. So the picture of the party was taken like where Kiely's car was kind of behind them. Wow. If they're right.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that awesome? Good job, Ashley.
What?
How
It
cool
looks
is
like
that?
it matches up to me.
It does
Wait
match
a minute.
up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, dude. Good job. I didn't even think to do that.
Who found that?
Somebody emailed me, but I don't know if I should give them a shout out because I don't know if I don't want to dox them.
Now, after seeing this, what this made me realize, if she was that wasted, she would have hit a tree. That's where I got the tree theory from. That with all that rubbish in such a small way, she would have hit a tree. But, oh, we lost Matt. But check this out. Hold on.
Matt
The
joined.
reason why. The reason.
I'm really not winning today, am I?
Nope.
I'm in the hospital complex, so I'm surrounded by giant concrete buildings.
It's okay. All right. So the reason why that picture, that video even means anything, hold on, besides the fact it's cool, I'm going to show you in a minute if I can find it again. Hang on. Okay. No, I'm too far up.
Matt needs to be home with his Wi-Fi.
All right. So what they're showing is down here is a straight path right into the water. That light could have easily been Kiely's car, and that's what they were looking at. We don't know what time this was. This picture was taken, but where they're standing lines up pretty much with this. Could somebody have driven? Is this a cliff? Could somebody have driven off? And that's what they were looking at. But I mean, you can tell different paths, but if you go straight off this path, it goes right into the water.
The light's coming from behind them.
Is what?
The lights that are hitting them, I can see two lights that are hitting them. So you've got girl in blue pants, white shirt, long blonde hair, and guy next to her in a red t-shirt, grey cap.
Okay.
That's one car. And then over to the right side, you've got the person in the blue hoodie.
Yeah.
That's a second vehicle, which is casting light over, hitting the two people on the left.
Okay, so someone's coming from that direction. What about this far light over here? Because that's where the water would be, that way. And then you have this guy that's leaning over that looks like he's looking at something.
He may have seen something he may have seen the car over there.
Because I can't see a car coming up this way, and it does look like a car is coming up, but I can't see a car coming up.
I'm trying to think of the car. It could be the side of the headlights, because the headlights on I'm pretty sure the headlights on that vehicle wrap around the corner of the front of the car.
Okay.
So if it is her, she could be driving from right to left of the photo, and that's the headlights that you're seeing.
Okay. Because
I don't think she braked, because there would be obvious skid marks.
see, the other thing too, though, to me, this looks like after party. I mean, this floor is a mess. And you don't see anyone with a beer. And it just seems to me like this is after the party, not the beginning, where cars might be leaving, not coming. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think is all over? That looks like clothes. That looks like a beer bottle.
Matt joined.
Hey, like I was saying, what do you think is on the floor? Like, to me, this looks like the after party, not the before party. And I just feel like
that just there, that looks like a white top.
Yes.
Or a plastic bag.
Yep. That's why I said it looks like clothes or something, but I can't figure figure out, like, I know this is a this looks like a Corona bottle maybe, but this looks like a bottle. This looks like an empty pack of cigarettes. And I don't know what the rest kind of looks like paper. But it definitely does, it looks like an after party, not a before party.
Yeah,
So,
it's definitely later in the night. That's for sure.
okay. And
But in saying that, I can count on 2 fingers how many times I've drunk in my life. So I don't know.
I just think it's so
About that.
if
Yeah.
if this is this, which it very well looks like it is. Did you see the
Definitely
overlay?
does.
Did you see the overlay?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
definitely looks like it. You can see the 2 trees there.
now there's another girl that popped up on Zav Girls Live today. And I've never heard this before. If anyone in chat or even you, Matt, if anyone
Can
is,
you move the daylight photo across a little bit just so I can see
yeah, let me go.
what's behind there?
Oh, hold on. All right. So this is at 3:21.
Oh, that's a car in front. I can see the hubcap.
Oh, right here, the blue.
No, in the middle of the picture.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, that looks like a hubcap.
Oh, I never noticed that. You're right. It does look like a hubcap. Maybe it was their drug dealer's car.
Maybe. Or it's one of the kids with their music pumping.
So that's the daylight picture. Wait, let me.
At first, I thought it might have been the fallen tree. But yeah, no, it definitely looks more like a hubcap.
So now I think that this right there is the opening. Like this is just moved over a little.
Yep.
And then there, this is the opening that leads to the water. Yeah, that's exactly.
It would be cool if we have someone that's in that area that can go and take a 360 photo.
Okay, so that's, yeah, that lines up perfectly. Kudos to who did it. I don't know who did this, but kudos to whoever did it. I mean, that's phenomenal. I would have never even thought to do that.
Yeah, and where that tree stump is, that could be the tree that's fallen over in the other photo.
Oh,
So that looks like it.
yeah, that's it. You're right, right here. That's so wild.
But yeah, sadly, I think it was just a case of teenagers being teenagers, ending horribly wrong.
I agree. I think so too. But let me ask you this though, and I don't know how it is in Australia. Hey, Janelle, I have an Aussie on panel. She's also from Australia.
Oh, sweet. G'day.
I guess if it was just an accident, if it was clearly an accident, why would the friends lie? This is what I can't seem to get past. Why would
if in this day and age, I don't think they're going to be too keen to speak up, and I'm sure their parents know that they drink, but I don't think they really want their parents finding out that they're at a party doing other stuff.
Okay.
So I think if anything, if they knew and saw anything, then yeah, they probably just shut up so that they, protect their own butt. They figured it was an accident, they'll find her, and it would just be left that way.
Do you think they knew ahead of time?
Ahead of time that they would find her?
No. Do you think they knew what happened to her before the police, AWP, before all of it?
We'll never know unless someone comes forward and speaks up.
No, just personal opinion. What do you think?
I don't think so. I don't even think anyone even saw it. I would like to think that if they did see it with that many people around, they would have run and tried to help.
What if they were all wasted or something? I don't know. I have a feeling from as hush hush as they were that possibly they heard something but didn't know what they were hearing and didn't realize it till after the fact. Like maybe they thought a log went in the water or something like that. You know what I mean?
What's a party without music?
That's true. But our parents definitely believe not an accident. There was a fight with Kiely's Sammy guy. And someone else was definitely in that car per Avery. That's heavy speculation to put out there, though.
Yeah.
To say that someone else was definitely in that car, AWP would have known that.
The police also said that there was only one person in the car. If you remember at the press conference,
Yep.
He had to think whether he could let that information out or not.
Correct.
If someone else was in the car and was able to escape, she would have escaped as well.
Oh, that's true. See, yeah. Avery said it, but I don't know. That could have been a fake Avery for all I know. You know what I mean? Like she wouldn't come up here. So yeah. I don't know. I honestly can't imagine. And I could be wrong, so don't get me wrong. And I'm not saying I'm right, and I'm not saying she's lying, but I mean, for all I know, that could have been a troll. But
yeah,
I have if I'm worried about my daughter and I am mourning the loss of my daughter, I am not going to tell a random stranger on the internet that inside information that nobody else knows.
Yeah,
and
that'd be completely stupid.
That's what I'm saying, especially in an ongoing investigation. That just, and I'm not saying she's lying. I'm not even saying that was really Avery. That just doesn't add up to me. Because I can't imagine that the family would just release this information like that. I just don't. And I said, I could be wrong. I don't know the mom or anything. It just makes me wonder.
When did the mum supposedly say this?
Today.
Okay. Because do you remember the case not long ago, the young girl that was kidnapped from a Walmart? She was working at Panasonic, I think. I really suck at names. She was kidnapped and murdered. It was in Nevada.
No. If I knew the name, like I would be able to put it together. She was kidnapped in Nevada. She was killed in Nevada.
Yep. she would go and park her car at the Walmart car park, and then she'd take a bus to the Panasonic factory. Wasn't that long ago either. This year. It was just months ago.
Naomi Ariane?
That's the one. That's
Okay.
the one, Naomi.
Where'd you go?
I've lost my train of thought of where I was going with that.
About that Avery.
Oh, that's exactly it. Yes, thank you. You just brought me back. The police stopped filling her brother in on what was happening in the investigation because of the fact that he was going to the media and YouTubers and
Okay.
letting the information out.
Okay.
So if it was genuinely her mum putting that information out, then I dare say the same thing would happen. So the police would be, the police, FBI, and everyone would be telling her, any information we give you, don't make public, because if other people were involved, we don't want it to be public knowledge. That's how they catch people, by them answering questions on information that hasn't been made public yet. So I would like to hope that her mum is smart enough to know not to put in any information out that's not put out by the police and that. So,
I agree. And not something like that either, especially with all the conspiracies going on.
yeah.
With people stating, you know, they're not real and this, I can't possibly imagine.
Yeah.
Amanda and Tyler, I just posted the link. I can't even imagine that that her mom would release that kind of information.
I'm actually surprised her mum would even be near social media at the moment. After the statement that the grandfather released
I agree
to another certain YouTuber whom we won't mention, who shall not be named. Yeah, I would think she'd be staying pretty dang clear.
Tyler.
Yeah.
All right. See, it works this time.
I know. Isn't it crazy? Woo!
So, Tyler, you know Matt, because I found Matt on your channel.
Oh, I don't. Hey, Matt, I don't remember. He's on my channel?
Yeah, he's AWP's friend.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember him. Yeah.
How you doing, bro?
How are you?
Oh, getting there.
You're
slowly.
making a great point right now. The mom's not talking. Besides, Laura, have you read the letter that the mom wrote, the family letter? It was so amazing and powerful. It's the best family statement I ever heard. But she said, please excuse us while we retreat privately. It's like she's not talking to nobody. She doesn't want to talk to anybody.
I forgot about that. You're right. When that was the other day?
Yeah, it was like, it was whatever, the day after they found the body.
Yeah, that was, I remember that because you saw this fake post that's going around, right?
What is it?
Where the mom slams AWP?
No, I saw the tweets from the private investigator saying that the mom found out about what happened at a sushi restaurant because AWP had posted on social media about it first.
Yeah, no. There was another one where the mom basically slammed AWP saying they're not saviors. They're making a mockery of my case. And I called it as fake from jump. I was like, this is fake. And I was on Zav Girl's panel explaining why it was fake, but it's been all over social media. So then Avery comes in here and said, and it could have been a fake Avery. She wouldn't come on panel, but Avery said that she spoke to the mom and, you know, Kiely's involved and it was not Kiely, Sammy's involved and it was over a guy. And there's no way her mom gave out this kind of information.
No
The
way.
more I thought about it, I'm like, there's no way mom gave personal information where Avery then comes in here saying it. I'm like, that doesn't add up. And I'm not saying Avery's lying. I'm saying that could have been a fake Avery. I don't know. She wouldn't come on panel.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like something the mom would do at all.
Mm-mm.
It sounds like something that a fan of He Who Shall Not Be Named, who's spreading all these conspiracies, would make a fake account to spread.
I wouldn't say he would waste his time doing that. I'm not
Not
saying
him, one of his fans.
Yeah, it's possible. I just think it was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. Thank
Sadly, people do that stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cambolina. All right. Chugga chugga choo choo. Chugga chugga choo choo. Chugga chugga choo choo. Now I'm all caught up. Chugga chugga choo choo. There you go, Cambolina. You got all four. One shot. She says, my fourth shot, now one dang choo choo.
That's
I
funny.
am sorry. Does anyone know that Avery person? Yeah, Avery is very nice. And
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Avery's
That may
nice.
not have even been really Avery. That could have been a troll. I don't know. I really don't know. I just don't think that Avery would. I'm not saying Avery's lying because I don't think she would lie, but you know what I'm saying? Like something just wasn't right. The more
I
I
think
thought,
everybody knows Avery because she's around a lot.
that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think she's lying about it. Something seemed off when people kept talking about it. And then she wouldn't come on panel. I don't know. It just seemed odd. I mean, I'm not saying the mom didn't tell her. Maybe, she spoke to a PI, something. She is closely connected to Jason Jensen, and maybe he spoke to her. I don't know.
Jason Jensen's really cool. You should ask him to talk about this case.
I did a little.
I really like Jason Jensen.
Me too. But that's what I'm saying. It could be that, it's inside information, but then again, I don't see how she would have gone public because he would have killed her.
Yeah.
Like, don't do something like that publicly. So that's why I'm just confused. Where's the proof she talks to his family? I don't have any. I don't. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. The family's not going to jeopardize a case. And her boyfriend is very, very secretive.
Well, he's not that. He texted me throughout the whole thing, Laura.
No, but I'm saying that if he got personal information, he wouldn't tell her, yeah, it's okay to say it publicly.
Oh.
That's what I mean.
He was good about communication with me, Jagger.
I don't understand why, like, Jason doesn't do this, but I see so many PIs now that are blasting cases am I crazy, or is that not how a PI is supposed to work?
Well, I think there's two different models of PI. One PI type is very private, tries to gather information, work as sort of like an undercover detective, but can get access to people in the way that maybe a detective wouldn't. And then the other version of a PI is like more of like a media blitz type PI. Let's make as much scene as we can media wise. Let's try to get as many leads as possible coming in and sort of work it that way. Maybe get some YouTube coverage, get people talking about it, and then put the squeeze, on what's going on. So I think from my perspective, those are the two types of PIs I've noticed.
I would agree with that.
See, but Bushid is right. That's how I'm thinking. Like PI, the key word is private. So that's why I find it odd.
I think private means hired by private. They work for the family as private, like private school,
Okay.
You're in my head.
Okay.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Private means that the difference between a private hospital and public hospital. So they got their own investigator to go look because they weren't happy with the job that the police were doing.
Laura, did you see the message from Justin Rounds that he posted on his Facebook today? Speaking of all that,
I read some of it in Discord, but I haven't read the whole thing.
okay, we'll talk about it later because I don't want to interrupt the Kiely stream, but it was pretty intense.
Did you see the overlay that was done on Zav Girl's channel?
I've been really busy today. I hopped on my own stream for only like an hour today, and Kim was leading it. And then other than that, I've been out of pocket.
All right, check this out. Whoever sent this to Zav Girl, it's wild. All right, hold on. Can you see the screen?
I can see StreamYard. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
All right. So watch this. Now, this is the scene that we all have seen 1,000 times.
Right.
Watch.
Oh, Verna's on.
Watch.
I think you have him muted.
I do have it muted. Just watch it.
Oh. Wow.
How wild is it? But it gets even better. Where that guy is looking over. You see where he's looking over? You know, to the left. Well, you can see it one more time. You know what's right through here? It's the water.
Where?
Right. Yep, is the water.
But if you see, now that I've looked at that, if you look at where that spot is, so bring it back a bit. If
Okay.
you look at where that spot is, it's actually on the tree. So keep your cursor where the light dot is.
Okay. Hold on, let me back it up.
It ends up being where some of the tree bark has come off the tree.
You're talking the white dot.
Yep. Keep your cursor on there where we think that's a light.
All right, let me.
So what?
Now that my cursor moved. Hold on.
If you put your cursor on it and then hit the space bar.
Okay.
See?
Oh yeah, you're right. Wow. You're right. That's part of a tree.
It's where some barks come off the tree.
Good catch, Matt. I would have never, ever caught that. Ever.
So it's definitely not a car going into water.
Wow. That's Tyler, you see that?
Yeah, he's got it. He's got
That's
it now. I'm glad you asked him to
wild.
come on.
Wow. Hold on. Matt, that was like the most amazing catch ever.
That's why they get me to testify.
You are not kidding when you said you were expert. What a hell of a catch. Oh, sorry, Tyler.
That's okay.
Heck of a catch.
So I just debunked another thing.
You did. That's the tree trunk. You're right. That is the tree trunk. Let me back up.
Your cursor is right where the piece of bark's missing. So, yep.
You are 100% correct. There's not even a debate. So
not by us, at least. I'm sure some other channels will try to debate that.
I'm sure there's a couple of channels that will say that the tree was planted there afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's not a light. I'll do it again.
No, I think it's the light that's hitting the guy in the orange top and the girl in the blue pants, white shirt, long blonde hair. I think it's that light going through the in between the people, lighting up where the bark has been pulled off.
That is wild. Wild. I know, right, Joseph? You can see my cursor. That is so, oh my God, that is such an awesome catch. Wow. Why did my cursor disappear? And I'll do it
Sorry
the other
to all the people whose conspiracy I just killed.
I'll do it the other way too. Yep. That looks like it's a headlight coming from that way, and it's not. It's part of the tree.
Yep.
Amazing. What a great catch. See, Matt, this is why we need you. I am like dumbfounded by this.
You're welcome to call on me anytime. Both of you can.
That's just like one of those wow moments that you're like, whoa, whoa. That's a tree bark. Wow.
This is actually how they diagnosed me with autism and ADHD, because I spot stupid detail like this.
No, that's awesome though. What?
I'm going to have to jump off for a couple of minutes. I've got a phone call coming in.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. And we'll be here when you come back.
Okay.
Thank
I'll
you
catch you
so
soon.
much. All right.
No problem.
Tyler, that's wild.
Yeah, it's good you have him on.
That's crazy that he realized that though. That's I'm like blown away by that. That's wild. What a catch. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Bushid. We were talking about that before. Like, I really thought that was headlights. And even you have the guy looking over, and we were dead wrong. That is a part of the missing tree. I can't believe he caught that.
It took him like 0.2 seconds to do it too.
Exactly, right? No, he pointed out a couple of things tonight. I'm just like, whoa. No, it's not a glow stick. It's part of the tree. It was a missing bark piece. It's right here. You can see it even in the light. That's a person. Yeah, but that's part of the tree trunk. That's so wild. I heard, yeah, Sammy looks like she has bruises, but we don't know why she has bruises. I mean, look, we got to use probable and probable, possible and probable.
Yeah.
All right. Chugga chugga choo choo. Thank you, Cambolina. It was exciting, right? That I'm telling you, it's one of those, whoa. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
You can say possible and probable.
Possible and probable. Sammy is an 18-year-old girl on her way to a very good college with her whole life ahead of her. I find it hard to believe that she murdered some girl over a guy. Not saying that it didn't happen, or that it's never happened before, from an affluent family who decided a guy was more important and throw away her whole life. I'm having a hard time believing that.
Matt joined.
Exactly.
Hey, Matt, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
So Verna was on my show tonight, Laura, and she drove from the party site to Kiely's memorial in her car.
In the dark?
Yeah, and she has like a 2013 Honda, which it's not a CRV, but it's very similar to Kiely's car. And it was like so dark. It's so hard to see.
Can I play it?
I don't care.
All right.
You probably want to mute it because like just random people talking while she's doing it.
Middle, end, beginning?
Towards the end, like maybe in the last like 45, 30 minutes.
Okay.
You can play any of my things. I don't care. Anytime.
Thank you. All right.
And you don't have to wait 48 hours or whatever the rule is.
Thanks. Oh, so she went daytime into dark.
She went there at daytime and then she waited till it was like dark and then drove.
Oh, okay. You know what people forget to do? They forget to turn their phones to the side.
I know. Which I told somebody that yesterday. Mountain kayaker was going to take some pictures for me from
Yeah.
Prosser Lake, and I said, please turn your phone sideways.
All right, Matt. Let's see what you can pick up on these.
Sweet, some more stuff for me to spot.
Hang on. All right.
Of like all these little ads advertising this party that Sammy supposedly set up.
Wow,
I haven't seen any.
Thank you.
I'm
I was
just
wondering
curious.
that too. Because
Good
she
point.
said that it was all over Instagram and that even people from
Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. Yes, Tyler Feller, the minister, is on panel, and Matt, the amazing Matt, is also on panel. Sorry, I didn't introduce you guys.
the college Kylie was going to go to showed up to the party.
Yeah, and there was
Real.
people start chanting like chug, chug, chug. You know what I mean? They could have been doing something
wanna
similar
mute
to
it.
that with marijuana, which
But
I
there's no pictures. There's no
Exactly.
video. Why?
there's this whole
See, but Tyler, what we were saying before you got on panel, if she was that wasted, wouldn't she have hit a tree?
Well, they ask Verna this while she's driving, and she's like, there's not really a tree to hit in like close distance to the road. It's just sagebrush. It's like, it's really easy just to get back on.
Okay.
What'd you notice?
No, what he just said, that it's just brush.
So now she's not driving yet, right?
She does one stop at an opening where you can see the water. So that might be what she's doing right now. No, I don't think she's driving. You could probably fast forward a tiny bit.
But then in saying that, I think she may have hit something. If you look at the middle driver's door under where the mirror's hanging down, it's pushed in a bit.
But wouldn't that have been from when she landed on the ocean floor? I keep saying ocean, on the lake floor.
It makes me laugh every single time.
I know. I do it all the time.
No, because the water would have slowed down the how fast the vehicle fell down. Try dropping something in a pool of water. It takes it softly floats down. So the damage to the door looks more like it's been whacked by something. And there's no rust or paint come off really, so it doesn't look like it's old.
Yeah, she's driving. She does a stop right now. And this is at like the first opening where you can see the water. And she's just trying to show us like how dark it all is.
Her car with somebody else filming?
No, that's her car. She got out to show us something. And then she goes back and turns her headlights off. I mean, it's super dark. And then when she is driving, she has basically her headlights on bright and pretty much the exact same car that Kylie has as far as headlights is concerned.
Kate, I'm playing Tyler's video.
Yeah, looking at that, she would have barely seen the road in front of her. So by the time she would have seen the water in front of her, she would have been in. There wouldn't have been time to hit the brakes.
See, I think that way too, Luna. Kyla's the only kid that drove the opposite way home. See, but again, it's still not 12:30 at night, so it's not that dark yet. And that little bit of light can make a huge difference. Donnie, you have a video of late at night? I know. I always say ocean. I don't know why. I just do.
I think Kate was funny. She's like, I saw that on Tyler's stream.
I know.
But one thing too, I picked up on, it's like she has perfect signal because she's streaming while she's driving to my, you know what I mean? She's streaming live on my channel while she's driving.
Was she alone?
Yeah. I mean,
Why
we were with her.
people
There's about
going out
1,000
there?
people with her.
See, I think if someone's that drunk, they're going to hit one of these trees.
I mean, those two are right next to the road for sure.
I might hit one of those trees sober. Like a lot of places that she could have veered off to the left, to the right. That's pretty narrow.
It looks like there's embankments as well that she would have got stuck in if she had have gone down.
I don't believe that they put up cameras after she disappeared. That's a narrow road.
The crazy thing is, like, when she gets to the water, like, you can't even see it. You can't tell. She said basically it's like a 2-minute drive from the party spot to the water.
See, she could have clipped a tree and then got out of control. But I'm just thinking, like, if you're that drunk, there's no way that you would be going straight. You would veer to the left, veer to the right. Thank you, love my boots. Woo, woo. Do we know what the cloud coverage was? No. I don't think it's ever totally clear there at night, though. Just because of the mountains. And this still isn't even that dark. You could still see a lot of light. Now picture this at 12:30.
The only thing that I would question is if it was a full moon, would she have seen the reflection of the moon off the water?
I don't know. Even on a full moon, though, it's still not light enough to be in water. Hey, boho. This was probably about 2 hours ago. Okay, did she get lost right here? Tyler? Or did she get out? Tyler?
Hey, Laura, I'm here. I'm just on the phone for a second.
Oh. All right, so that must be when she turned her headlights off.
Yeah.
So you really can't see because she turned her headlights off. It's still
That's exactly
light,
what she's doing.
but it's still, you could still see the sky. So it would have even been way darker than that. Tell her
She turned her headlights off and shows us in, like, through that pass, like that little snippet you can see at the bottom. It's like an eyeball is actually the water.
She's got balls of steel because you wouldn't catch me doing this at night.
Well, she lives there. She's used to going there.
Thank you, love my boots. I do believe Kim said it was half a moon that night. Some people saying full moon, some are saying half a moon.
Wouldn't be hard to find out.
Moon was 60%. Yeah, look how dark that is.
Yeah.
She was an unexperienced driver in a car that she only had a month. See, I don't know. I just keep thinking she's that drunk. She would have gone over. Unless she was just kind of following. But
Or
how? Yeah, but she was only driving a month. Well, she was only driving that car a month.
I know, but
I
I
don't know
saw a
what the
video
kids.
talking about how she was actually like really good at driving because of where they lived and stuff. She had been operating vehicles her whole life, from ATVs to side-by-sides to snowmobiles.
Well,
So
that's true. I forgot about quads, and yeah, you're right about that.
Once again, he said exactly what I was about to say. If it's anything like here, kids in like rural regional areas are driving from the time they can walk and that. So yeah.
Okay, according to time and day website history, August 6th, 12:43 a.m. August 6th, 57 degrees. No, Janelle, that I understand, because Dayton, I have more faith in driving than I have more faith in Dayton driving than the other two. All right, so now we're getting closer.
Does she drive right up to the water's edge?
yeah, she drives as far as she can before her vehicle would literally slip and fall down the incline, and then she gets out and walks down to the water's edge where Kylie's memorial is at, and then turns around and shows where her headlights are.
I was going to say there is an incline. We know there's an incline because we saw it. So I hope she realizes that. But that's why I say that I really believe Kiely just went straight down. Like she didn't realize, she just thought maybe she was driving the same road.
That would do it. And that could also explain why it rolled and ended up on its roof. If there's an incline enough that
yeah, there is
it
an
would
incline.
cause the car to slip, yeah, that would also explain why the car would roll. And it would also then explain why the car ended up in sideways.
Because when it hit the water, it flipped.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the end. Yeah, look how dark that, and there's light in the sky. And look how dark that is. I'm telling you, I would have succumbed to my elements too.
If there's an incline there, their headlights wouldn't have even hit the water until it was too late. She was already going in.
Yeah, that's what Kiely would have seen right there. Total blackness. And that's why I said, even if she got out of the car, she wouldn't know which way to go. Because if your car flips, you're disoriented, you would have no way to know where am I swimming further out or am I coming back? In my opinion, I still feel like it was an accident. I'm believing that too. Love my boots. And thank you so much for the super chat. But I'm thinking the same thing, that it was an accident.
Yeah.
Now, what light was that?
Her headlight. Wait, quit looking for a second. So that she's out of her vehicle, and that's her headlights.
Oh, I gotcha.
And she's down there at the memorial,
Okay,
which is at the water's edge.
I gotcha. Okay. Because I'm like, wait, how is it light out again? But in case you guys are confused, she's down looking up. Her car is up. The middle of nowhere. It's way brighter out here than you think at night. Not in the water.
Plus,
Not-
the sun's still not totally set when she went ahead and drove, but we were getting anxious, so we let it happen.
Like, yeah, I don't know. But either way, on the incline, since she's on the incline, if she's looking up, you wouldn't see anything in the water.
No, you wouldn't see.
But I don't know if that's her hand that she's closing, because that looks like her fingers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It looks like she's almost closing her hand.
She may have been able to tell where land was by looking over and seeing the top of the mountaintops.
See, like, yeah, she's walking. You could see how dark that water is.
Yeah.
Doc,
But
where is it?
again, it's only a man-made lake, so it's not that big across. So she would have seen land whichever direction she was looking. So you're right. She would have got out and come up to the surface, but it would have taken her a while to work out which direction to go back to land.
And that's why I just don't think. Thank you, love my boots. What if she felt too drunk, decided to stay, and wanted to park at the beach to sleep, and she fell asleep? It's possible. It's definitely possible. But from what I'm understanding tonight, the way she went in, from what Matt's saying, she went in on the side, which means that she lost control. And she was going relatively, when I say fast, like 30, 20, 30. Thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, with the windows open to end that far out, she was doing a decent speed.
When you say decent, are we talking, because I had this argument with somebody, we talking 30 or we talking like 60?
You guys do miles per hour, so I'm not sure.
What do you do?
We're in kilometers. So
why you gotta be in kilometers? Oh, Tinker is also in Australia. Aussie's in the house, taking over.
I will try to find a conversion.
That's pretty much all of her.
Choo choo. Are we talking miles or kilometers? He's talking kilometers. How many kilometers would it be?
It got to out of the woods, out of the trees area, didn't it? And got to open.
Yes.
Open path. I'd say she would have got up to probably 40, maybe 50 kilometers.
All right, 40, 50 kilometers equal how many miles? 15 miles per hour. Oh, 24 kilometers, 15 miles per hour. So yeah, about 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because some people like say high rate of speed and they think, yeah, 30 miles an hour. That's what I thought. Because when I think speeding, I don't think like 30. I think like 50, 60, somewhere like that. No accidents, not possible. Too many people were caught lying. Yeah, but they could have been lying for the wrong reasons, Brian. If you look at the map that I showed earlier, there's almost a straight line. Like, let me grab it. I'll show you what I mean. And this is why I think it's an accident. Oh. Hang on, where'd it go? Okay. Now, if you look on my little map, I added the X in this line, but this is where they were partying, right here. I'm sorry, right here. This is where they were partying. So she drives down this road. Thank you, love my boots. She drives down this road easy, but if she hits something or corners something or makes the road turns too quick, then she would have been coming down almost a straight path into where she was found. That's why I'm leaning towards an accident.
Yeah.
Partying here, leaves, and just drives straight in.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. And then she realized too late what happened and hit that incline, and that's what made her go on the side.
Yep.
That's my logical conclusion. And believe me, I still think that they're all lying. And could have somebody jumped out of the car ahead of time? Yes. I'm not ruling out that there was foul play, but just based on what we know and the evidence we know, I really believe this was an inexperienced driver who was driving out, thought she was on this road, and meanwhile, she wasn't on that road. She was on this road where maybe this road turns. I don't know. I'm not sure. Or maybe she thought she was on this road, but they said that sometimes, yeah, she may have. All right. They say that you can get to 89 from where they were. Maybe she thought she was going this way when she was going this way. Like maybe she assumed that she was going here to get to 89. And that's why she went this way. Because they said that they would cut through to get to 89. Well, here's 89. They were partying here. This incline she may have thought was here. I don't know. You know what I'm saying, though?
Yep. I think, if anything, she may have had a couple of drinks, enough to make her a bit disorientated, went the wrong direction, and ended up where she did.
And I can see an inexperienced driver at night, with or without drinks. Maybe a car was parked in the opposite direction. You know, people talk about foul play. Nobody's say that someone didn't have access to a car and turned a car around. And that's why she ended up going this way instead of that way. I mean, if you want to talk about foul play, it's possible. What are your thoughts on some kids knew and was scared to speak? In my opinion, I think we were all convinced it was an accident, but did anyone know? I don't know. I get why they were afraid to speak, but I don't know. It's like the more knowledge we have, the more I think that this was an accident. What are your thoughts, guys?
I just think it was an accident, and that was my theory pretty much from the beginning.
Same.
That it was an accident.
Yeah.
Okay. So you weren't here earlier. What are your thoughts about why her friends lied?
Do you mean why Sammy lied?
Yeah, choo choo. Yeah, why Sammy lied? Why? It seemed like a couple of them lied.
I just felt like, and I've talked about this pretty extensively, so I'll just give a brief reason. I just felt like teenagers are not even capable of processing the significance of this type of an event. And so we thrusted them in as adults, I'm talking about law enforcement and parents, into very adult situations, and they were having trouble processing everything themselves. So of course they're going to get a lot of the details and facts wrong. I don't think it was intentional by any means.
Hey, Matt, Bushit
Yep.
said, Bushit, I haven't heard that, but Matt would know. Is it true to your knowledge that AWP told Court TV that there's a lot of heavy stuff to come?
They said that. I watched it.
Oh, did they
Yeah,
say?
they did say some. Yeah, they did say it. I don't know what's to come. I can only imagine what footage they got when they dove down on the car and that. So
That's true. Good point.
and they always film the family's reaction when they tell them, and when the family gets to the site and all that kind of stuff. And being it's a fresh case, they didn't have time. That's another reason why they don't take newer cases. They want to make sure that the family is at a point where
They can handle it.
they can handle it. It's they realize that they're probably gone, and it's a case of bringing them home.
Was it true about the sushi restaurant thing?
What sushi restaurant thing?
That Kylie's mom found out about finding her?
No.
That's not true.
No.
Okay. So it wasn't.
I know 100% that AWP called her dad and grandpa.
Okay.
And they would have let Mom know straight away. So they called dad and grandpa because that's the number that they had for the family.
Okay.
And then as soon as they got off the phone to them to come down, they then got on the phone to the police department that asked them to come and get involved.
And like the mom knew, right? Like she was aware that Adventures with Purpose was out there searching. So it's like, just even the concept of her just being out and about at sushi restaurant, hobnobbing, doesn't make sense to me.
You're right. You have a missing daughter. There's people, some, experts, the best experts, that if she's in the water, they're going to find her. And you're out eating sushi? Come on.
That just didn't add up to me.
I agree.
Yeah, no. When my daughter was in a coma for a couple of weeks, I wouldn't leave her bedside. I didn't eat and that. So
I mean, I like sushi. But and a mom's got to eat regardless. But like when Adventures with Purpose is searching on that particular day, surely she would have known about that. And I wouldn't think that she would have been out running around in public on that day.
Yeah, she would have either been home by the phone waiting for a call, or she would have been down there watching them search.
You couldn't keep me away from there. I would have absolutely been there, probably in the water with them, trying to get in the water with them. I'll go down and look. I mean, I just can't imagine she's out at a restaurant eating sushi. I didn't even think of that till you said that, Tyler.
I mean, I really do like sushi a lot, but I wouldn't imagine that would be what's happening.
That's true, because that's what the PI said.
I'd be avoiding public as much as possible because of all the questions you'd be getting.
Which
I do like that PI though. He seemed like
Oh, you
know,
like him? See, I don't like him.
I
he-
do like him.
I don't like him. I don't dislike him as much as other PIs, but I don't know.
The one that was with the grandfather.
Yes.
Oh, I've spoken to him a couple of times. And
What do you think?
I like
Oh, Matt, your phone messed up.
He
You're talking the SF investigations, right?
yeah. He seems completely legit.
Yeah.
He's not registered in California as a private investigator, so he was there on his own time.
Oh, that's what. All right, because nobody can answer the question if he was if he was hired by them, if he was not hired by them, if he was doing this on his own, if he went out there on his own. So that answered that question too. So he did do it on his own. Because in his comments, they were talking, another thing I pulled up, they were talking about, I guess he's from Alabama, because he was trying to prove something in his chat about, I guess Jennifer Coughlender had gone after him or said he was fake, or that he was Coffendalfer, that he was a fraud or he was fake or something. So he then came back and proved something, but someone had said, the issue I have with this is because where he is licensed, the requirements for a license in the particular state he's licensed in are unbelievably minimal. It sets up a situation where he could easily take advantage of someone less knowledgeable. So someone else wrote back, I guess a PI, said that is correct. Alabama is one of the easiest states to obtain a license, whereas my state, New York, I have to be an LE for 3 years first. Different states have different laws and requirements for a reason. So I went and looked it up, and he's wrong. It's 3 years under somebody, or 3 years working as a PI, and 20 years as law enforcement. Because it's funny that this guy used those two states, because I'm born and bred in New York and now live in Alabama. So Alabama, it's not an easiest place. You have to work under somebody. They have actually pretty stringent rules. So I don't know if this guy is a fake PA. I don't know what he is, PI, or what this guy is.
A piece of fake personal assistant.
That's legit.
I just thought it was odd because
They're thinking he pulled the same stunt as the one from the 19-year-old that went missing from his property. I really suck with names.
That's
Are you talking about Dylan
I see
Round?
too many of these cases.
Dylan Rounds?
That's the one, Dylan. The private investigator that the grandma hired, who then ended up going to the media and spreading all that rubbish and that.
We don't say his name on this
he did the same thing. He and his mum went to a state where they could get their license by doing a 2-week course and paying a couple of $100 and off you go.
And I don't think this.
And they then go and try and do work in the states, and in the states that they're not allowed to because their license doesn't cover them there, then they say they're doing it volunteer and then get donations.
Okay. But this guy's not like that?
No. This guy was legit doing it out of the, kindness of his heart.
If he's not licensed in California and he picked this up and went out there on his own money, did he do it for clout? Did he do it to put it? If he did, I don't have any qualms with that because reporters do it, actors do it. Like, you know, if you want to better your career, I don't have a problem with that at all. So I'm not saying that as a down, but I'm just, you know, is that why he went out there and spent all that money to go out there?
I have
Well,
no.
you're a pastor, aren't you, Tyler?
Yes.
Yep, you would be pretty good at reading him. And that did you get the same feeling I did that when he said that he really didn't want to have the responsibility of staying with the grandpa until the car got pulled out, he was genuine. He only did it because the grandfather begged him to stay.
I think he's a pretty emotional guy. That's what my feeling was.
Oh, I will, Lacey. So I want to show you guys this. This picture puts a lot in perspective because we keep looking at like small maps. And this is a great picture to put things in perspective of how massive this area is. Look at that picture.
Compared to the cars.
Yeah. Look how small the cars are. That's what I'm saying.
If you look at like Google Earth of Prosser and then you zoom in on the parking lot, you can really tell. But if you go to Google Earth, actually, you can measure it, Laura.
Yeah, but it's still different than looking at it.
I know. Well, you're looking at it on Google Earth.
Yeah, but it still doesn't look as massive. It looks big, but it doesn't look as massive. Like these are big trucks and they look like little dots. Like it's
And look how clear that water is.
Look how what?
Look how clear the water is. That makes me even more shocked that the police divers didn't spot the car.
You think maybe they were just looking in the wrong spots?
Maybe.
Because I agree with you. It, like even here, you can see shadows. She was found like right here.
It's like super, super clear.
I know.
It's hard to believe that they would miss 4 wheels sticking up in the air.
See, but even on their sonar, though, I think you could see what it was. Like you can see there was a car down there.
I mean, it was easy for them to see it.
I know.
On that Court TV interview, which you can play it because I play it and I play Court TV stuff all the time. On the Court TV interview, they say like once they identified it, it literally took them 5 seconds to confirm it was a car. That's what they said.
Yeah. Once they saw, it took them a while with the sonar to go, is it a car, is it not a car? Once they hit it with the magnet, they knew in seconds that they had the car.
Now, I don't know if this is a rock. I don't know if this was the car. But this was also from him.
Oh,
this
are you sure this isn't from that that one guy who was on Zab's channel that day?
SF said it shows it on his Twitter.
I was making a joke.
Oh.
do you know who I'm talking about?
I do. Yeah, he's kind of disappeared. But to me,
the one that I call he who shall not be named,
the Stony guy.
Oh, okay.
He came up with this theory that he found the car first, but he didn't.
Off of Google Maps.
Yeah, off of Google Maps.
What?
It definitely wasn't.
Does he have any idea how old the Google Map photos are?
Well, he tried to say it was brand new, and then he changed it or something, and then all of a sudden it wasn't brand new. I'm sorry, that you couldn't see it on the newer one. So then I went to Google Earth. I was like, this is from 2020. And I lined it up and I was like, guys, this is not, he's a fake. He's a fraud. This is a lie. He knows that this is fake. This is on Google Earth. So he was in my chat yelling, you don't know what you're talking. I said, I know exactly what I'm talking about. It didn't matter if it was from Sora. It lined up perfectly. Same shape, same everything. It was from 2020. And then Gray caught on and Gray got it. Gray was like, yep, you are right. That's from 2020. I said, yeah, it was.
Or
it
at
was-
least whatever they were looking at hadn't been changed from 2020. Because like if he was on SOAR or whatever, then it just happened to be there's a big rock in that spot or whatever. But like I found out that I suck at reading maps, so I wouldn't have been able to figure it out anyways, personally, if they were looking in the right spot or the wrong spot.
Now look at this. He played this video.
Sheriff's crime scene tape.
So now we just watched it at night. Here's a 2-minute video during the day. And the reason why I'm watching it again, we don't need to bother.
Okay, so
But the reason I'm watching it again, even during the day, it would be easy to hit a tree. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty open.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to dodge those trees drunk.
Heck no.
I wouldn't want to dodge those trees
In a pitch
sober.
black. That's what I'm saying. And like, here's not so bad. But I'm just thinking maybe she thought she was on a road. And the sad part is, like, if somebody did turn a car around or something, we'll never know.
That was my takeaway from watching Verna's video at night, honestly, was like, I think it's possible to just drive down this road, not necessarily knowing if you're going down the correct road, and then not realizing you're headed right for water and end up in the water.
See, right there, there's yellow tape.
Yeah, that means something. I don't know what it means, but it definitely means something.
Now, is he just driving or does he know where he's going?
I don't know.
Dirt roads in the dark with no trees near road. There's plenty of trees.
He has a video that I played yesterday on my show where he does drone footage from the party site, and then he goes up in the air and into the, like, over the lake from the party spot.
Is Matt here? Matt left? Matt, did you see the hot air balloon footage?
Hot air balloon?
Yeah, you didn't see it?
Uh-uh.
Hang on, let me grab it. I was just going to ask Matt about it. Matt has internet problems.
Hey, where'd he go? I thought his internet seemed like it was working fine to me.
Maybe his brother needed his phone back.
Oh.
All right. Let me history. This is pretty wild.
Hot air balloon?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm living in an alternate universe when you're talking about a hot air balloon.
There's Matt. Hey, Matt. Matt.
It's just his name.
Your internet.
No, hospital call.
All right. Do you know about this AWP hot air balloon behind the scenes?
They were taken on a hot air balloon ride.
Yeah. Was there... Someone said that something was leaked from it, but I watched it. I didn't see anything. I'm going to show it now. Tell him not to strike me. But I didn't really... Did I miss something? Was there something in this?
It's on Josh's channel. He won't strike you. You're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, they said that AWP said that if people play their stuff, they're not striking them.
Okay. But did you... Does anyone know what people were talking about? They said that something like there's something.
A hot air balloon. You're seriously making me feel like I'm not awake right now.
Yeah, look.
Devin, you came back.
See that foot hole there?
Yeah.
Stick your foot in it.
Okay.
Climb in.
Pass me the camera.
Avery,
Alright.
after this video, I need you to take a link.
Devin, if I don't come back, you're gonna film today. Holy.
Is this a true story?
Yeah, this is AWP at Prosser.
Yeah. They went for a ride. This is what they do after solving a case. They'll do something like this, or when they were in Tennessee, they went and spent a couple of days at Graceland, and so that's Josh. He's the one I talk to the most.
Good morning. A little behind the scenes with Josh Cantu here. I want to show you guys something really cool that just happened on the road. So if you can see behind me, we have the AWP trailer and RV. And this morning we were awoken by some kind of strange sounds, some kind of fire sounds, some clanking, sounds of like ruffling baskets. Turns out they launched some hot air balloons right next to us. Thanks for joining me, Nick.
Yeah, dude.
Good morning.
Morning.
Have you ever?
Good morning.
Dude, it's perfect. There's not a stitch of wind either.
No.
I don't
They just asked Devin if he wanted to go
That
for a
one
run.
dude is way taller than that other guy.
What the heck? Maybe those.
So Josh is Mr. Beast's brother, and Nick is what's that actor's name? Who's the actor he looks like? I forgot.
They got room for another. I've ridden in one when I was a kid, so you guys should go. It's pretty fun.
I thought like it takes you somewhere, and then they gotta
Well, no, but they just said it goes up and comes back down and won't go very far. So
I heard a little rumor.
I was running around all excited, shooting my own video and acting like an idiot. But they were like, "Hey, you want to go up? Like, we'll just take you up for a quick little hop." And so I'm going up in that balloon right over there. The purple one? The purple, pink, and green one. Yeah. So what an awesome opportunity. I would give it to you, Josh.
Hang on. Brian, Sammy didn't tell somebody not to search in an area.
I'll film you.
Yeah.
Woody Harrelson, thank you.
Woody Harrelson's brother?
Conservation of hot air balloons.
No, Nick looks like Woody Harrelson's brother, and he looks like Mr. Beast's brother.
Oh, Mr. Beast has a brother.
I'm gonna
That's
tell him
not
you
him.
said that.
But you have no steering.
What?
Mr.
I'm
Beast
gonna
does
tell
have
him
a
you said
brother,
that.
but that is not him.
No, but I'm saying he looks like Mr. Beast's brother.
You're depending on heat rising, a flame to bring you up. And then you're trusting the wind to take you wherever you want, or not wherever you want to go, wherever the wind wants to take you. And if that's into a tree, if that's over a lake, into the middle of the forest, I feel like it's pretty scary. How do you steer? How do you steer? I'm going to go ask one of these guys who work here how the heck they steer. How do they steer?
They don't steer.
Okay,
The pilot, the balloon, they have control of going up and down.
Okay.
But they have to find the air current that's going in the direction they want to go. That's why they do go up and down.
Oh, they're looking for it?
Yeah, and that's how they find out where they're going.
Wow, that's quite an art.
It is. It is.
Wow. So it sounds like you got an important job to go. Where'd they go?
They're probably down below. One of the tricks that people like to do around here, any kind of water, is what's called a splash and dash.
No way.
Yeah,
That sounds
you
dangerous.
go right down. No, it's not dangerous. Go right down, touch the water, come back up.
Like Aladdin, huh? You pick your fingers in
Sometimes what she likes to do is, especially if there's a nice wind current, is touch the wire just enough so that you can skim the water and create a wake.
What?
And if it's not judged correctly, half the basket may go down into the water and you get water up to your knees.
Wow, it sounds like a pro move.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you for the interview. I feel like a lot of these questions people don't ask or know the answer. Shoot the art. It's like you say. Devin's in the balloon.
Oh,
That's so cool.
how high up are they?
Well, super high. You lost your videographer for the day.
Huh?
You lost your videographer. He's gone.
It's only 20 minutes, right?
No, dude, they're gonna be the next state over.
Wind gust came up.
We can't control those things. Devin, you came back.
Now, the reason why I'm showing this that I like about it, this is all the area, and you could see how high the grass is. You could see how high the bushes are.
Oh, yeah,
that
that's
it's all
good.
pine trees.
Cool, dude. How was that?
It is beautiful. It's so serene up there. Yes, it is.
That's so epic.
See that foothold there?
Yeah.
Stick your foot in it.
Okay.
Climb in.
Pass me the camera. Climb in.
Yeah, you're climbing in and he's getting out.
I'll pass you this.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell me twice.
Right, so you work your way in, and then I'll jump out after you work your way in. Oh, gotcha. So it's all a weight thing. Yeah, I'm still.
Let it be known you wouldn't catch me dead in a hot air balloon.
If I don't come back, you're gonna film today. I'm not gonna lie, I'm nervous.
Oh, don't be.
Fine. I'm terrified of heights, and I've been up.
It's just so hot. Oh, it'll. You got it. You got it. I have faith in you.
He's scared.
I'm scared for him.
All right. You see how massive that is? That's another angle. That's the boat ramp, I believe. Or that's the parking. Right? Right?
You're asking, if you're asking me, I'm the last person you should ask because I don't know anything about geography. I think you're right, but I'm not helpful really.
Matt, this is the boat ramp?
No, it won't be the boat ramp. The police asked them to leave once the police took over the scene.
Oh. So this is
So
on
that
the...
will be, yeah, that will be further down.
Oh, okay.
All right, you're on your rules. You want me to stay?
Yes. Yep.
Spot.
Okay, don't get out. Okay. Whether we're in the air or on the ground, don't get out. Because if I come down on the ground and you flop out, fall out, crawl out, or jump out, I'm going to lose that 165 pounds and I'm going to go back up real fast. Okay. Number 2, when we're coming in for a landing, hold on in 2 places. You're doing a great job there. Rope handles, tops of the tanks. Make sure you can stow your gear down in the bottom. That way it doesn't get, dropped out. Number 3, balloons to support to shear. I'm sharing with you, sharing with folks on the ground. If you see something cool, point it out to me. If you see something that scares you, tell me so I can be scared too. You have to share that experience. Okay.
Jeff. Go smell it.
Okay, that's where she was found, right? Right here?
Yeah.
Or right here, right?
Yeah. Well, a little further out, like you got to go 50 foot out.
No, I know, but that's why I think she came straight down here.
Exactly.
And went boom. That's where I think the accident comes from, right there. Now, what I don't understand is why these marks. I mean, did other people go down? You see what I'm talking about?
That's just the water. When it rains, that's just where the water runs off.
I just thought it was wild, though, that this really goes straight, and then she could have just veered off.
Look how small that car is.
Look at the boat. That's what I'm saying.
Yo, I don't know how boats are. That could be like a small kayak. I know how big cars are, and that car looks tiny.
Which car?
On the land right there. Like, rewind just like 5 seconds or 2 seconds.
Oh, right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a little boat. It's just massive.
All that kayak is. You have the ability to kind of search the water for us.
Well, that's what your buddy was saying, because we can go higher, but your drones are limited to 400 feet.
Yeah, we can see right through the water.
And that's what I don't understand either. They said that we can see right through the water. So why doesn't police use air balloons? Hot air balloons.
Wow. So beautiful lake. That's where we started.
The sun warming up the surface of the earth causes the air to move in different direction. And all of this is what we call the peninsula.
Yeah.
This area over here, there's lots of places. That's Long Valley. We can go up that.
Sweet.
There's a little clearing right here, another little clearing. Then there's all the way out there, there's Russell Valley, which we can go through them.
Your crew just has to kind of keep an eye on you and see what you're seeing.
They're gonna. I'll radio them and let them know that. Come on over here when I know for sure this is where you're gonna be.
Okay.
I think a little bit. Fast enough on the surface to take you back.
So we are heading in this direction. It's fine.
Have you really, Joseph? Oh, not me.
I think it's really cool that we can kind of look down on this water, though. It helps our search today.
I don't want to do hot air balloon. I don't want to do skydiving. And there, it looks calm and peaceful up there, but think about it. You're hanging on the edge.
Oh, not me.
Now we're dropping 440 foot a minute.
Oh, we are. So we just hit a different pocket over here, or what?
Well, up high, I think it was 1,000, 1,200 feet up there.
fast coming over the water. Yeah. Now we're over the land on this side. The water changed the flow of air. Back over there, it was still moving towards the, I'm just going to call it southwest. Sure. And, you know. So we're landing right here. Well, no, we're get down low and then we can just, you know, put her in. Put her in, yeah. Okay. We made it past the lake, over some sagebrush. Jeff called in for backup and said, "Hey, why don't come over here? We're gonna land over here." But still holding this pole. I'm glad that we're not landing in this lake.
I'd be petrified to move.
I'm kind of scared just watching.
How do you think? Oh, nice. Oh, there's a little flap in the top. Oh, things are very sophisticated. Well, we'll go back now.
That's the other thing I noticed. Tire tracks. Why didn't they look further at her tire tracks? And that's the only thing that I can imagine that square was, is where tire tracks veered off in order to hit her, what you call it, where tire tracks veered off to hit the, water. I was going to say ocean. You know what I mean?
It's a great point.
That's the only thing I could think of. I've gone over and over and over as to what they squared off. And going back to that video, hold on. It absolutely makes perfect sense. Yeah. Okay. Oh. All right, right here.
Yeah.
If she can't, she was like over here. That square was like over here, almost like where that car is.
That square
Somewhere.
is very important. I don't know why, but it is.
I'm telling you, that square is where it veered off of this plane or whatever. I'm not going to call it a road, but this dirt trail, I have a feeling that square is where a tire veered off. That's the only thing to me that makes sense. This comes straight down. This came straight down. It would have gone straight in, but it didn't. It was this way. The box was somewhere like over here, which makes me think they saw tire tracks that veered off right there.
Wow.
And maybe they lined it in. That's my opinion. That's really what I think it was. Because then Matt was saying that she hit the water on the side and boom, went in. Both, I don't know if you heard this, both windows in the back were half open.
And that Verna lady says that, I did notice that in the pictures. That Verna lady said that, like, when that incline is so steep that if you went any further than where she drove, if you don't have a 4-wheel drive, you're not getting your car up out of that. She's like, I'm even afraid to take my truck down here.
Look,
I mean, but Kiely did have a 4-wheel drive for the record, but still.
AWP does training in Oregon because we have the harsh plate. Well, it's also because they live there. That's where they're based out of, is Oregon. Tracks don't less than sand after rain. Oh, that's true. Yeah, but there may have been something there. I don't know. My thought on this before I get off, though, my thought on this, Tyler, is why haven't they ruled it an accident yet? They should have this is where I just keep going back to, is there foul play?
Well, did you read that report that I mentioned on my stream a couple nights ago that said, like, the California law for some reason only conceals autopsy reports of minors if it is considered a murder? That's it. So if that autopsy doesn't get published to the public, then they're considering it a murder, would be my guess.
Hold on. Blue Eye just brought up a really good point. Could the marking be where the phone pinged?
I thought that, but why would they make it that square like that? Look like a perfect size of a vehicle.
Maybe they weren't sure. I'm checking on my brother. Matt, thank you so much. And thank you so much for coming up. I mean, you really shed a lot of insight, and I hope your brother's okay.
Does Matt live in the United States or somewhere else?
No, he's in Australia. Tyler can pray for him.
Yeah, we'll pray for him.
No, he's in Australia.
Hmm.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Maybe they made a square for how they didn't know exactly where the ping was. So they made a square as an approximate.
I mean, it just looks almost perfectly the size of a vehicle. That's what I didn't understand.
Chugga chugga choo choo. My choo choo's almost too tired. Thank you, love my boots. My guest waiting on toxicology report. Yeah, but even without toxicology, I still think they would be able to rule if it was an accident. I mean, if she was sober, that doesn't take away how she landed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And I don't know much about toxicology reports, but a normal person that's not dead, the alcohol's not in their system 2 weeks later. If you die in underwater, is the alcohol still in your system where they can test it? How does it work?
That's a good point. Any drug except pot would be out of her system by then. Plus, it's going to get flushed out by water. If she died in the water, you're going to get filled with water, which is going to flush it out. That's a really good point.
Yeah, so I did watch some autopsy show before where they do all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's like, man, they can really figure out a lot of stuff. They'll start chopping up organs and stuff, but
they definitely can. But that's true. You can find it in the liver. Stays in system as body is no longer metabolizing. Oh, that's true too. It would come out of your system because it metabolizes out.
I see. That makes sense.
I'm afraid a friend drove her, had the accident, but there really wasn't an accident. Like Matt pointed that out. Oh, would you play the end of the video so you can see that hot air balloon was before? No, we know it was. It was on the 21st.
Why didn't they search this Blake first? That if you want to talk about like things that bother me about this case,
cops told them not to.
That okay, that's even deeper problem.
Well, because they said that
But I asked that PI about that, and he said that that's not what happened at all.
I was told, or I read somewhere, that the cops decided they've already, I think AWP said it, that
AWP said that they had a confidential lead. I thought they said tip at first, but they said it hot lead, which caused them to search like that Boca Reservoir first.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, definitely reviewing the black box, but then the black box isn't going to show anything about her. It's only going to show stuff about the car, how fast she was going.
Did you also see that car, like the 2013 Honda CR-V, has a factory recall on it that causes the car to go from park to either reverse or drive without putting the brake on?
Mm-hmm. That can happen. Didn't say it definitely happened, but it can happen. And I thought of that too. Are they looking into the car? Did they think she was? See, I don't know. I just can't imagine driving down to the beach that late at night by yourself. Let me park here. I don't know. It just sounds too dangerous.
Especially when she told her mom she was going to be home at 12:30.
Erie, someone else said, I'm sorry, Blue-Eyed Female, someone else said that. Did anyone listen to the Spotify? But they wouldn't have called the police. Like, they wouldn't have gone through 911. AWP would have had direct contact with them. You know, and people are asking about the Spotify, and I thought to myself, that wouldn't matter because nobody called it in that night.
What's on Spotify?
That's where you get the 911 calls.
Spotify is a. I thought that's where you listen to music.
Broadcastify. I knew what they meant. Broadcastify.
Oh, I was like, what the heck? I felt like I'm in another land again. I was like, what the heck?
A detached retina? Ouch. All right. So Tyler, his name is Andrew, Matt's brother. He has a detached retina.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely pray for him.
We'll even pray by the end of my stream.
Oh, that's good.
I'll let Tyler pray. So before I shut down though, what was up with Dylan Rounds?
The only thing about Dylan Rounds that I've tracked with today was Justin Rounds made a Facebook post basically saying he hates the Box Elder Sheriff's Department.
Rightfully so.
And was using much stronger language than I would use. I'll send it to you. Did you see it?
Yeah, I have a copy. I just didn't know. I didn't get a chance to read it.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I saw today.
Oh, I thought there was more. Did you listen to that stream?
No.
Oh, I still think Kurt's guilty. Not guilty of like necessarily murder, but guilty of something.
Did they get into it? That's what that stream you sent me was about?
Well, kind of. I have to tell you privately, but basically it seems that Shack Lady went to Doug and was airing personal feelings about it, that Kurt might be involved. So then that side, you know, Salty and all them, of course, are saying it's not. So, but that's Shack Lady had gone back to Doug and started telling him all the stuff that Kurt was saying and how Kim said something and that Kim, you know, because of something that Kim said, and then his response, you know, makes Kurt guilty of something. And
well,
so,
I can tell you about that part of what Kim asked because Kim and I were in conversation about that. Kim asked the question essentially like, what happened or what do you think happened or whatever. And then Kurt verbatim said they wounded him, talking about Dylan, probably at some point, you know, that's what he said anyway. And then basically he caught himself and switched up the conversation. So it's just like, who's the he that he's talking about? Is there a confession that you know of what happened there? You know, that's what it sounded like.
you think it'll ever be solved?
No, I just think Brenner will like admit that he was responsible at some point, and that's probably going to be the end of it.
I don't know. I think he's going to hold out.
I think they'll be like, you can get the life in prison, or you know, tell us what happened, and you'll get 20 years or something.
Absolutely, I agree with that. I don't know why they don't. Honestly, like Kurt has lied so much. Exactly, Gigi. I agree with that. Totally agree with that.
It's impossible to me. It's literally impossible to know what is true and what is not true in this case. Like I don't believe anybody personally. There's not. I can't even think of anybody that I believe in the case. It's not. It just seems like impossible to me.
Hair follicles also go back 6 months. True that. All right, I got to give it chugga chugga choo choo. Thank you, Love My Boots, my #1 supporter tonight.
Avery joined.
Who that? Avery.
Hey.
Avery.
Laura.
Mute. All right, you there? Hello?
She's muted.
You told me to mute.
No, I just meant you're echoing.
Oh, I don't know how. I've never been on Melon app. I don't know how to stop that.
Yeah, it's same as you there?
What do I do?
It's same thing. Exit your.
Okay, hold on. Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Oh,
Nope.
okay.
Still not going.
Oh, well, I don't have YouTube open.
You have a headset?
No.
Try calling back.
Okay.
That's weird. Or maybe it's Tyler.
No. It's
All
not
right.
me.
No, it's her. Are you using the headphones?
No.
All right. Melon app seems to have an issue if YouTube is still open, even on another window.
No, I have YouTube open still on another window.
See, Journey of Justice, I agree with you. No body, no crime. Dum-dum.
That's just really sad about Dylan Rounds, Kiely Rodni.
I agree. And Jalissa hasn't been. Oh, Diane, it was on Salty's. Yes, last night.
Avery joined.
You there?
Is that any better?
Still echoing.
Well, I don't know what I do. Audio settings. Is that better?
Yes. There you go.
I had to go to settings and audio and then tap echo cancellation.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, that's what it was.
All right. So I got a question.
Okay.
I was thinking, and people were talking about what you said before. Was that you before?
When?
In chat earlier?
Yeah.
They spoke to the family?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if it was you or not. But
Yeah.
I thought about it, and I don't understand. Why would her mom tell you these things? Like,
well,
it's not for investigation. So that didn't make sense to me the more I thought about it.
Well, she didn't tell me anything that I guess has not already been released. And she said that whenever they get like the toxicology and everything back, that they've already given permission to the private investigator to release everything.
Okay. And what about this Sammy friend thing?
Yeah, she said, and I also talked to the private investigator too. So, she said that, so I asked her if she knew what, AWP meant on Court TV when they said that they think some very heavy stuff was going to come from this case.
Okay.
And she said that the FBI is investigating 3 solid leads, but she did not elaborate on what those leads are or anything of that sort. But she did tell me that their family does not feel that it was an accident.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I find it odd that you would say something like this to a random stranger on the internet. And
yeah,
that is new knowledge. But then again, on the flip side, any mother's going to say that. I would say the same thing, because who wants to admit your daughter drove off into the lake? You know what I'm saying?
So then I
see both sides.
So then I messaged the private investigator on Twitter and asked him, and he said that he speaks to the grandfather just about daily, and because the FBI is investigating 3 different leads, and because of suspicious circumstances, that is what leads the family to believe that it was not an accident.
Okay. Which again makes sense. We're not talking about Dylan, talking about Kiely. Which, I mean, I kind of see where a mother would automatically say that, you know, my daughter wouldn't do this. My daughter would never drive drunk. I get that. Now that I sit back and I think about it, because nobody would, you know, admit it. So, but did she tell you this in confidence?
No. I told her that I've had a channel for a while now, that I had quit doing true crime just out of frustration and privated all my videos, but that I was considering coming back to doing true crime, and that I always like to have my information as accurate as possible. And even Tyler can tell you, like, I always reach out directly to the people. And because I want to, that's just how I've always been. If I'm going to, you know, tell something, I want to have it like as accurate as I possibly can. So between her and the PI, they told me what they can tell me without, you know, like harming any kind of investigation. So I think it's pretty much stuff that's already out there, but she just confirmed. So like I asked her if it was true that both of the back windows were down, and she said yes.
Okay.
And she said that they were down as far as they go. You know how some back windows don't go completely down?
Yes.
They just stop at like a quarter.
Yeah,
Yeah, so they were both back. Now, I didn't ask her this because I know she's grieving, but I asked the PI. I said, well, if both back windows were down, why do you think she didn't swim out? And, you know, and I was saying, you know, do you think it's because like she was discombobulated or because it was dark? And he said that's part of what they're trying to find out. Then I asked about Sammy and Kiely, or Sammy having a problem with Kiely over a boy. And she said they did confirm that when they got all her cell phone data, that there was friction.
Oh, they were fighting.
Yeah, she said the word she used was friction over a boy. Not on Kylie's side, but on Sammy's side.
Hold that thought. I gotta let the dog out. Hold on.
What's up, Avery?
Hi, Tyler.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going good.
I don't have a dog to let out, so.
I know you don't.
I kind of want a dog, actually, but I don't have one.
Look, I got on Salty Pancakes last night for the first time, and I sent a super chat to that shack lady, and I said the night before, you said that Jason Jensen is a big meth dealer, a big drug dealer, and I said he's a highly regarded PI and cold case founder, and you need to correct yourself. And then the other people in the chat kind of, you know, got onto her about it because it was sent to me a bunch of times, screen recorded. Laura told me about it. A bunch of people told me. So she apologized and she tried to say that she had the name wrong, but then she got off that one and went straight over to no thanks and said the exact same thing, that Jason Jensen is the ring meth dealer.
What?
Yeah.
What the heck is she even pulling this out of?
I have no idea. But I don't know who she is, the shack lady. I can't find a channel for her or anything, but I tried to tell her that, you know, like Jason is not somebody you want to play with that kind of stuff, because he's worked too hard to get where he is.
Yeah,
The only thing he could think of,
respected.
he said there's a few other Jason Jensens in Utah, and so maybe she was confusing him with somebody else, but I don't know.
So, hang on. So the mom said that according to the phone, they were fighting over a guy.
Yeah, she said they got a dump of her cell phone data. They were able to get all of that. And I think I had read that somewhere too. And she said that her words were not fighting. She said there was friction over a boy. And she said that the friction was more on Sammy's part than Kylie's part. So I took that as she was meaning Sammy had a problem with Kiely, is how I took it. So then I asked the PI, about it, the same exact question, and he said the exact same thing, that yes, there was a problem over a boy. He told me the boy's name starts with an N, but he wouldn't give me a name or, any other kind of information.
Wow.
Well, this explains, though, in my opinion, this really explains why Sammy left her and why Sammy took charge, because she knew that she had a fight with her. You know what I mean? She knew she was with her.
That's what I was thinking. And then she also told me that they do have Kiely back, that she's at the funeral home. And so now they are in the process of making arrangements. So they have everything from Kiely's, body that they need. And I asked her, like, in a roundabout way, if they were able to get everything that they would need for toxicology. And she said yes.
Yeah, how'd they do the autopsy so fast?
They do them quick. They do them within a day, usually. It's just that the toxicology has to go off to different labs. And some of it, the reason it takes a while is because the actual testing itself takes a while. But
What
even
about water in the
alcohol,
lungs? That's in the autopsy, right?
right. They would see, and that's why I called her, because it's still, right now, they still have not listed a cause of death. And that's concerning to me, because even if, okay, so there's cause of death and then there's manner of death. So cause of death, if she had drowned, they would have cause of death. Manner of death is homicide, accident, that type of thing. They haven't put anything to either. So that's why I'm thinking they really are doing some kind of investigating.
Well, I know Brad's autopsy. I mean, we could bury him. He died on April 8th, and we were able to take the body on the 27th, 26th.
Yeah, you usually can get the the remains back pretty quickly, and even alcohol will still show in her system, because the second she passed away, her metabolism stopped. So even alcohol would be in her bloodstream, and even with the water elements, they can get everything from the eyeballs, everything
From the
full
eyeball?
toxicology. Yeah, they can get full toxicology from the eyeballs. There's like a little spot behind the eyeball where they can get it from. The liver, and then, like Laura just mentioned, the lungs for the, whether she inhaled water, before or after. So you would think they would have some of that, or they'd be able to say either cause of death or manner of death, but they're not saying either yet. So I do believe they're doing investigating.
Did you ask, since you spoke to her today, did you happen to mention the fake post?
I didn't even know about it when I talked to her. I had called to the lodge and left a message with my number. And when she called me back this morning, I was not expecting it. I wasn't prepared. And because I didn't know, when or if she was going to call back. And I had not even been on the internet yet, so I didn't know anything about that post. But I've looked at it myself, and the thing is it's supposed to be a Facebook post, but the whole entire writing is all in bold print. You can't do bold print on Facebook, so I don't know.
Oh no, Matt pointed out where it was fake. I mean, I knew it was fake. I was proving it was fake. But there's no way a grieving mother would write something like that about the people that actually found her son. I mean,
No.
found her daughter. There's just no way.
Avery, did she say anything about a sushi restaurant?
A sushi restaurant. Oh, where she was eating when she found out about her daughter?
Uh-huh.
She didn't say what kind of restaurant it was. She just said that that's where she was when she learned that they found her daughter. And she heard about it from another person who's seen it on social media.
See, but Matt just said that wasn't true.
That's what she told me.
Well, Matt technically said that the dad would have called the mom straight away. And someone on my channel the other day was saying the dad tried to call the mom straight away, and the dad wasn't able to get in touch with the mom. But Avery, you're the one who introduced me to Jennifer Coffindaffer and got her to come on my channel. Now Jennifer Coffindaffer and I have been very close friends and talk
I
about
know,
every
I
case
know.
together. And I don't understand the drama that's going on between Jennifer Coffindaffer and this. Jennifer Coffindaffer is the least dramatic person I've ever met. So I don't understand how this PI is in drama with Jennifer.
With the PI for Kiely?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that there was drama with him and Jennifer.
Yeah, they're in a big fight.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Jennifer
didn't know.
calling him a fraud and a fake.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's all on Twitter. He's pulling like a JT, and he's got to where she's wrong and prove that, you know, this one said this and this one said this.
Oh no. Well, Jason's been telling me all day, because every time after I talked to the mother, and then I started messaging the PI, the SF investigates, every time he would answer me, of course I would tell Jason, and Jason's like, he's another Jim Terry. There's no evidence of foul play. You know how, like, you guys have heard Jason himself say that he does not believe there's any foul play. He believes it's an accident. And he keeps telling me, don't go down this rabbit hole. You know, like and I'm thinking, you're just being a jealous PI because I'm talking to another PI. But he's pretty adamant that, that there's no foul play. My Jason is. So I don't know.
Well, nobody knows if there's foul play yet.
Right. But I found it interesting that she said that the FBI is investigating 3 solid leads. I sure want to know what those leads are, but I can understand, you know, that they can't tell me because it could hurt their case. So, but I would love to know.
You would love to know what?
What
the leads that they're investigating.
Oh, yeah. Someone said that it was Sammy and some guy, Nick, and someone else. I was like, there's no way they would tell her that.
Nick. Now, she did say the boy's name to start. No, the PI told me the boy's name who they're having friction over, that his name starts with an N.
Okay.
So is that who Nick is?
I have no idea.
I have no idea either.
No. Ask one of the psychics. That was a joke.
A YouTube psychic?
Yeah. The YouTube psychics.
So I just don't know. I really don't know.
Wonder Twin, was it? Yeah, he went up to help. Thank you, Matt. COD not determined is weird. Manner not surprised. Cause of death not determined. Well, but we don't know that yet, do we?
It's not to my knowledge.
Well, you would think if it was something visible, like, okay, for instance, Gabby Petito, they were able to give cause of death blunt trauma and manner of death homicide like right away. So obviously with Kiely, they're not able to physically see anything. There must not be any broken bones or gunshot wound or knifing. So they got to be just waiting on toxicology. So I don't know. That's why I say I don't know what they could be investigating. It's, you know.
Well, they could be even investigating her going into the water. At what angle? Was there something happen on the car? Was there?
Right.
I think that's all part of the investigation. That definitely takes some time.
Definitely. And the who is it that does the crime scene reenactment? Not reenactment. what do you call that again? You know, where they build up the
Profiling evil?
accident scene.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I think it's the state. I think it's the state police.
Laura Lee, he's all over Twitter. He does all of his stuff on Twitter. He's not on YouTube, but he's on Twitter.
I didn't know that about. I've never heard of Jennifer Coffindaffer having drama with anybody.
That's what I'm saying. Jennifer
now.
Coffindaffer is
Hold on.
literally, in my opinion, like the most respected and even kill and least dramatic person in the whole true crime arena.
Right. She is. She's awesome. I'm so you shocked me telling me that, Tyler.
I shocked myself when I saw it today.
Now I'm gonna have to go look.
I'm gonna show you guys. Hold on.
Oh, I can't see anything but the Smellin' app screen.
Well,
Thank you, Burden of Proof. Accident reconstruction. I had a lot of words there. So they have to do the accident reconstruction.
Yeah, it shows since Coffindaffer is suggesting that I'm a fraud and wasn't the one put in a horrible position to notify Kiely's father and grandfather, and instead is accusing me, I will tell the actual truth. AWP never notified either parent. Her mother learned from a waitress at a sushi restaurant. That explains where the fake text came from. Because it says AWP never notified either parent.
Yeah, but did Matt not say AWP notified the dad straight away? And that's what AWP said in their interview on Court TV anyways.
Yeah, AWP said they immediately, and they said it in this order, they notified family, law enforcement.
Well, law enforcement would have been there.
They said they notified family and then law enforcement.
Law enforcement said they were going to be there, but you could tell they clearly were not.
Yeah.
And then it said waitress read it on social media. I was informed by DX the Mystery, who read it on AWP social media. And then I was forced to tell the father and grandfather. Those are the facts. Jennifer forced those to be disclosed. Blame her, AWP. We were going to be quiet about it. But in the comments, Jennifer says, please don't make false statements against me. Thank you.
Wow.
The whole notification thing is weird. AWP must have called the parents and left messages when they couldn't reach them. Is there cell service at the reservoir? I just listened how they said notify the families.
But wait. Because remember, somewhere they said, I don't remember if it was AWP, but somewhere they said they notified the family and that the grandfather and the father were there within minutes.
Exactly.
They got there before law enforcement.
Exactly.
So they had to have notified the father first or the grandfather first.
Who is this DX the Mystery?
It's a mystery.
Because someone says she put you in a bad position. He's sticking up for her, saying that's not a secret the family is holding. That's an AWP secret. The family didn't get a call. That's not spilling anything. Matt, I hope you're listening. That's correcting inaccurate information put out, not information from the family. People are using the word fraud, so let's make sure statements are accurate. Like, this is like a JT move. Why does this guy care?
Oh, boy.
Not only that, but this is exactly the reason why AWP does not get involved in new cases.
I agree. The DX girl told you, was AWP in contact with the family on every other case they have worked? Yeah, but that was inactive. You have to ask them why in this case, that is not giving away a family's secret. That is a fact that affected the family already. If they called someone, it wasn't the father or mother, and I'm going to take the fall for it and have cheap shots taken at me over it by JC. Why did AWP say they called the father and then the police? They then said the father and grandfather arrived like 2 minutes later. When did they ever say they called the father? Not in any interview I've seen. They said they called the family and Ellie right away. and that the father-grandfather showed up soon after. Ellie knew for 3 hours before the post was made. Say what you want, people, but AWP are heroes. Mom is grieving and her anger is missed. Oh, this was probably after the fake post. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but you have a whole lot of drama coming from this account. I'm pretty passive bystander, and I've seen a ton of it in only a month. I've been back on Twitter. I like you. I like what you're doing and your content, but the back and forth BS is just a huge deterrent.
That is true. This guy made a tweet about me, to be honest.
Who made a tweet about you?
SF Investigates.
What did he say?
I misquoted him on my stream, and it wasn't anything consequential. But then he like went back and like recorded audio of me misquoting it, and then was calling me out on his Twitter page. And then I apologized to him, and I sent him an apology message, and I posted on my community tab, and then he took down the tweet.
Oh boy.
And it was like, you know, I didn't mean to do it. It was total accident, but it had to
Right.
do with if the car was in park or neutrals. And my statement was like, why didn't anybody look, kind of a thing. And I said he
Yeah.
was there and didn't look. AWP was there and they didn't look. And I said it incorrectly, and he got really kind of upset about it.
See,
Oh, give me a break.
here's a comment that I find very interesting, and I'll explain it. He writes, because she felt that, all right, someone said, if true, why in the end would it matter? Without AWP, their daughter would still be at the bottom of Prosser Lake, and they wouldn't know if she was dead or alive. He writes, because she felt that as the parent, she should be notified before 2 million Facebook users were notified. Does that not make sense to you? Guys, I've just discovered who wrote the fake post. It was him. He keeps saying everything that's in that post. Every single thing that was in that fake post, he's saying.
Yeah,
So,
that lady speaks very like you heard her on TV. Well, she's even more eloquent on the phone, and the post just doesn't sound like her at all. Like it just doesn't.
Well, I could tell by the family statement that she wrote she must be like an English major or like a poet or something like that, because she is incredibly gifted writer.
Yeah, yeah, and you can tell talking to her that, you know, they're an extremely classy, upper class type,
Intelligent.
yeah, educated. That post didn't sound like her at all. And I'm not going to call her back about that because I know she's going through so much, and now they're, you know, doing funeral arrangements and everything.
okay, Kylie has an ex named Nate that dated Sammy. I remember hearing this. And the cops arrested Nathaniel last week. Do we have proof of that?
If they arrested a minor, we wouldn't know about it.
But let
Oh.
me also say this, is that back to this for a second. With this, not only did he write it, but let me explain
Is
why.
it speculation you're saying? Like you're saying
Oh,
you
yeah.
think he wrote it?
But it's speculation based on obvious logic skills. He's saying everything that was in that post. Every single thing in that post, he's saying. But more importantly, and I said this on Zav Girls today, a lot of people, did someone join panel? I heard something. Oh, yeah, it is Matt. Hey, Matt, I thought I heard you. The thing is,
Hello,
though,
beautiful people.
wait, hold on. The thing is, though, that of course AWP are going to tell his audience first. Without their 2 million people, they would have never gotten on the case to begin with. It was AWP's audience, their fan base, their subscribers, their members that not only helped pay for it, but begged them to go help on that case, which then got a hold of the police. So I would absolutely think they're going to tell their people first. Just saying.
That's right. Because they did. They went and met with the family. They had their numbers and everything. They had talked to them. And in fact, my personal opinion is that's where they got their confidential information from, is, you know, like the family saying, please look back over, even though the police are telling you it's been covered, like, please look back in that area because that's where her cell phone pinged and stuff.
The hot lead.
I forgot to ask her if they found her cell phone. I should have asked that.
Matt, how's your brother?
He's doing okay. He's got really bad anxiety, so going under the anesthetic, he freaked out a bit.
All right.
So all good.
So
He's all good.
what
He's out
do you
cold
think?
now.
Let's shed some light, Matt.
Yep. So I was listening on the way down to see him, and I know 100% there is no way Jared would allow anything to get made public, be it on YouTube Live, Facebook, anything, until the family knew. That's a very big thing for him because he had it happen to him. He had news of family broken to him via social media. So, yeah, no, I know 100% he called. It was either the grandfather or the dad that he got hold of straight away, but they were together anyway. Yes, you were right. They were talking to the family the day before. Some of the family went out with them when they checked the first place.
Okay.
And as you mentioned, her dad and grandpa were there on scene within minutes, where it took law enforcement a while to get there because they had to get everyone together. They brought their own dive team. So it took a while for them to get there, and they wouldn't even release the information until law enforcement knew about it because it's a crime scene. They're not allowed to.
I didn't
How
think
is
so.
law enforcement so ill-equipped in this situation? That's what I don't understand. But still, they correct me if I misinterpreted you, Matt. They contacted the father straight away, not the mother, and they were
Correct.
assuming
They
that
got
the
hold
father
of.
would be connecting to the mother. However,
Yes.
we don't know if they were able. We have no clue if the father was able to get in touch with the mom.
That's right. Once he got hold of the family, being father or grandfather, they will figure, well, okay, they will get the message to the rest of the family. We need to get law enforcement here now.
And I just remembered something. Laura, if I could say it real quick, because I'm old. If I don't say it, I'll forget. One of the things that she was saying is if part of their investigation, if they find out that an adult contributed this alcohol to these kids, then they would pursue charges. And if toxicology comes back and alcohol is in Kiely's system and they can find an adult that got the alcohol, then that adult is going to be charged with second, what is it called? Not
It'll
first
either be second-degree murder,
Manslaughter. But
manslaughter.
or
Avery,
possibly manslaughter.
Avery, whenever you're saying that, you know what it makes me think? It makes me think that's why so many kids were not coming out, because their parents had supplied alcohol.
That could possibly be it, because I mean, where else would they have gotten the alcohol from?
Exactly.
I would
It
think
kinda-
probably first-degree manslaughter, because it was knowingly committing a crime, unintentionally causing death, which is first-degree manslaughter.
Right. Yeah. You can't give minors alcohol. You're then responsible for.
Your sound went out.
My sound?
Yeah, your sound just went out.
I hate your app.
You sound like you're a million miles away.
Okay, is that better?
No, it's worse. See, now
Okay,
you're
hold on.
Right now, no,
Now you're back.
Oh, okay. All I did was change that echo thing again.
Yeah.
I don't know. My phone sucks.
Mine did it before.
So I don't know. I just don't get why she would tell a random stranger all this stuff.
So see, maybe what they're saying is Adventures with Purpose said they think some heavy stuff is going to come out of this. She said the FBI is investigating. The PI said the FBI is investigating. So maybe it's not some kind of crazy thing that like Sammy did something to her. Maybe the whole investigating is finding out who gave the alcohol and drugs to these kids.
Yeah,
Maybe that's where charges are going to end up coming in.
In front of 7-Eleven, hey, can you buy me beer? But I have a feeling they had a keg, and it wasn't one particular person. All you need is one kid over 21.
I don't know.
Big. So that's why I'm not buying the whole. I mean, what parent really buys kids alcohol that are going to be out driving? Come on. No parents that bad. I mean, there are parents that bad, but you know what I mean. These are affluent parents. They're not going to. They may buy alcohol for a kid who's staying home.
Yeah.
But they're not going to buy alcohol for a kid knowing their kids are driving. And if that's the case, then they could be charged.
Well, she wouldn't tell me, and the PI wouldn't tell me because I asked both of them if they could tell me what the FBI was investigating, and they couldn't tell me.
Avery, what do you think about that PI if now that he's in a fight with my favorite FBI agent?
Well, honestly, I'm thinking I hope to God he's not another Jim Terry because I don't want to have to change my phone number again.
See, but here's my issue. This is my only issue. And I don't know if you want to call it an issue, but I know half of the chat is thinking what I'm saying because I'm getting messages about it. We know that Matt is 100% reliable, and every single thing he's ever told Tyler or tonight checks off. I don't like this SF guy. There's something about him that just rubs me like a JT. And he's too confrontational. Like Jason, I like because he's quiet. He doesn't blast everything. Like he does it right. So I respect that. But this guy, I'm not getting that feeling from. And the fact that he's saying the stuff about the mom and Matt's saying something totally different, I tend to believe Matt. And I think this
I've
guy's
changed my opinion on him in the last half an hour.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've completely flipped on it. I mean, he was there, so he's got to know that AWP had 4 cameras on him.
Oh, yeah.
If AWP called the parents, it's on camera. If AWP called the police, it's on camera.
Right.
And the whole world's going to see it in a week.
That's very true. I don't know anything about him. I didn't even follow him on Twitter until yesterday. And then today was my first time messaging him. So like that's the most I know about him.
See, that's the other thing that's kind of getting to me now as well. I only added him on Twitter yesterday and sent him a message, and he very quickly responded and opened up. And it's like, but you don't know me from a bar of soap.
Yep.
It's
You're a private
interesting because I
investigator.
asked him
You
if he
shouldn't be
would
handing
come on
any
my
information.
channel, and he said that he's not talking about the case anymore. And this was probably a week ago. He said he's not talking about the case anymore because he doesn't want to hinder any of the investigation.
Yeah, I seen that today. And see, like, it's so weird because, for instance, Jason, like, he has information with, like, the guy that, Mike King, who he does court TV with. Well,
yeah.
So Mike King has been to Utah and went out and talked to people around the area about the Dylan Rounds case. And Jason has all the inside information. He gets all the inside information, and he never, ever, you will never see him posting or just anything because he's very serious about the cases, and it's not for him. It's not for attention to himself. He actually has a passion you know, for the cases. So you'll never see him like posting stuff like that.
What I'm
So
saying,
it's
that's why I didn't
confusing.
like this guy. That's why I'm like, this guy, even the fact that he's fighting with people. I'm just a creator, and my Patreons and members like, stop fighting with these people. It's not worth it. Get out of the drama. And I'm always trying to prove myself. And I'm just a YouTube creator. But this guy's a professional PI, and he's worried about what this one says about him or that. Come on, really?
I want to know what Jennifer Covendaffer supposedly said. Jennifer Covendaffer is not. She doesn't say bad things about people. I'm so confused.
You should text her and ask her. You want me to text her tomorrow and ask her?
Yeah.
Of course, Tyler will put me up to it. Not the first time Tyler has done me that way.
Oh, Jennifer questioned him. I'm looking through chat. It said, careful, if you keep trying to reason with him, he'll block you. I learned that unless you come around to agreeing with him, that's what he does. In addition to throwing the search team that found Kiely under the bus, all this because Jennifer questioned him about something. I'm telling you, this man wrote that post.
Wow.
So you know Mike King on a personal level, so to speak.
Well,
Yeah?
I don't, but Jason does. Jason Jensen. They work together, so they're very good friends.
Mike King is partnered with AWP. Mike
Yeah.
King does a lot of their investigation.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Yeah.
evil?
Yes.
Right. Profile. Yeah. That's what I'm telling. Like, see, Jason. Whenever there's a case, even with Gabby Petito, like Jason, he'll tell me, like he'll share stuff with me. He gets like all the inside information, info because he has so many connections. But you'll never ever see him post it, even if he's like working it pro bono, like in the background, like he has been sort of for Dylan Rounds. You won't hear him or see him posting any of this stuff. So that's why he worried today about the SF investigates, and he kept telling me, be careful, it sounds like another Jim Terry, and so I didn't know. I don't know what to think.
I would go with his gut.
I don't want to tell him he's right.
Okay, I'll tell him he's right. I'm used to that.
Yeah, you can do that. I might tell him.
Yeah, when I
like
spoke
that
to him,
I like
he came
that
across as a genuine trustworthy guy.
What
I
was
like
that?
that.
Go, Tyler.
I was gonna say I like that the private investigator guy did get out there and do a lot of drone footage and was boots on the ground for like 6 days or whatever. That is one thing I did like about him.
Yeah, and it seems like he didn't release that until later.
And I don't hate the guy if he did it just to build his career. I don't hate him for that. I'm okay with that. But I just don't like the way he's acting.
Well, I think the other case he's working, Vlad, what's it called? Vlasic? I can't say his name. The Marine. How do you say it? Tyler, what's
Oh, the
his
guy
name?
in Utah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I think he's working that one pro bono too. So I can't say that he's a bad guy. I don't know enough about him. You know what I mean? Like I just don't really know enough about him.
I just know I know a lot about Jennifer Covendaffer.
Yeah.
I mean that's for me like a big deal.
I'll ask her tomorrow.
Yeah, it's weird because when he did the drone footage and that, he released the first video exclusive through Grizzly's channel.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest he put on his YouTube, but it was unlisted and the links were through his Twitter. So they weren't monetized or anything. You couldn't just go search them up on YouTube.
He posted them on video.
Yeah.
Oh, they went across to Vimeo as well, did they?
Yeah.
I didn't even know he has a YouTube.
Yeah, he keeps it hidden. It's the only way to get them on YouTube is via his Twitter links. So that's why he seemed pretty genuine. And then when I spoke to him, and that he came across pretty nice, decent, like he was in it for the right reasons.
Yeah,
But
that's
now
what I
when you
thought.
look at but now when you look at it and that, it's like, why would AWP go on, the internet and international television saying that they notified the family, the dad and grandpa got there minutes later, then notified the police, knowing that it's going to be all over the world? I mean, I can understand why he turned down your offer to come on your show, because he would have had a look, seen the audience reach you have, and gone, oh crap, this is going to be on the internet forever. If I say anything wrong, I'm screwed.
Well, I had already recorded an interview with him that was done on Twitter and put it on my YouTube, but I only got to ask him like 3-4 questions, and then my time was up. It was like on Twitter Spaces.
Oh yeah, the Spaces. I listened to that.
Yeah. So like I had kind of interviewed him already, but I wanted to ask him more pointed questions, and that was his response.
Yeah. Yeah, that instantly screams to me that he's thinking, better not, because if I say something that I can get caught out on, I'm screwed.
Tyler, I wanted to tell you, I told Jason the other day, I said, hey, I was listening to Candace on Duty Ron, and I heard that they have a new suspect, that Dawn H is a suspect. And have you heard that, Tyler?
I haven't had a chance to listen to that interview, but somebody told me that that's what she said.
And Jason said, nope, they might think he's a suspect, but nope. And I'm like, damn, what do you know? Tell me.
Yeah.
Pillow talk, my friend. Pillow talk.
To someone in chat, I'm looking up that name and I'm not finding anything.
What?
What name?
It's Nathan.
Oh.
Nick. They said Nick. Didn't you guys say Nick?
No, Nate.
Nate.
But she dated a guy named Nate. But I'm looking, Nathan Tetzloff or whatever, Truckee, California. I'm not finding anything.
She took her Instagram down, didn't she?
Who?
Sammy.
Sammy killed her Instagram as soon as it was clear that when the police announced that it was definitely her. I wonder what her motives behind that was.
Well, she had posted like 3 times saying it's not confirmed that this is Kiely.
And I didn't know how to take that. I thought either the poor girl is really truly just innocent and holding out hope that, it's not her friend.
I know.
Or
I'm like, what? Why is she posting that? It doesn't make sense.
yeah, and I seen where she was getting death threats, so I assumed that's why she took it down. She was getting some nasty comments about
Her phone got shut off like pretty quickly in it, because I tried to call her and just her phone was not working. How did that one guy, the All-American Dad or whatever his channel is, get an interview with her?
I don't know. I really don't know. I only watched him a couple of times when Ryan Upchurch was on there, and then that show I can't watch because he's got the panel going at the same time phone calls are coming in, and my ADD kicks in overdrive, and I can't watch. Like, even if I wanted to watch, I can't watch. He has too much going on at one time.
Okay, now this is interesting if you want to talk about conspiracy theories. So Nate was a track and field runner. So you put that with the conspiracy, he was able to run.
Oh boy.
He was able to run away from the car.
Oh boy.
That is a conspiracy theory.
I know. That's why I said it's a conspiracy theory. But yeah, in 2018, he was in 8th grade. And he was track and field runner.
Rabbit hole number 538.
There's also a Nathan Hurst, same grade. I'm just saying that because it starts with an N too.
Laura, do you think it was an accident? Like that's your biggest possibility? Or do you think that there is a conspiracy?
All right, here's my whole theory. I believe that she went into the water the way I stated, taking that path the way I stated. I think that she definitely went in the water the way Matt stated. The rest, I don't know. I don't know if somebody was chasing her, if she was going too fast that way, if somebody scared her, if she was drunk, if she wasn't drunk, was she on drugs? Did anything else contribute to it? All that stuff I don't know. But do I think it was all right, do I think she was murdered in the sense that somebody put a car in drive and put her in the ocean? No, that I don't.
I'm exactly where Laura is.
But I don't know what led up to it. Like, I know that I've been spooked out at times driving on a dark road that I don't know. And you start to see things and you start to get freaked out. And I'm talking totally sober. And you start to get a little freaked out. And then you really think so. You see something. So I think maybe she could have just been freaked out, or maybe she had a fight with someone, or she felt like somebody was following her and she was going the wrong way because of it. Something like that would still be an accident, but not a standard. She was drunk driving down the road. That's the part I don't think is legit. Yeah, I know. I said 8th grade. That's the part that I'm just not sure about. If it was a simple cut and dry, she went the wrong way and drove into the water. Do I honestly think it was that simple? Not really.
The
But
thing that makes the most sense to me, if there is an investigation, is more in line with what Avery said. If there's a negative toxicology report, and by negative I mean a bad toxicology report, then they're going to be searching to who the cause of that was. And then too,
Yeah,
especially if it's not just alcohol.
exactly. That's what I've been thinking. Because she had been.
Phil, she could have hit a tree before she went down. Like, there, I just have so many questions. Like, one of them being, if she was that drunk, I really think she would have hit something. But like Matt said, maybe she did hit something and that's why her mirror was off. Maybe that's what caused her to go flying. Or, was somebody there and got out of the car? Like, I don't know. But I don't
But
think
Avery really opened up a big wormhole for me. The last couple of years, I've learnt autopsy and coroner's reports inside out, backwards, and every other direction, because my mum was killed by malpractice at a nursing home. So we had to go through all that. And I'm not surprised that manner of death isn't listed yet, because usually as soon as they do an autopsy, they do the first day, they will turn around and say cause of death, cardiac arrhythmia, or whatever. So
Right.
if she drowned, there would have been water in her lungs.
Yeah, they would have known that.
If she had been strangled, there would have been ligature marks and damage to her spinal cord.
Agreed.
If she had have hit a tree or rock or something, and hit her head and knocked unconscious, there would have been marks to her skull, showing a concussion, which would all be in the cause of death. And then manner of death will be then added later when they work out whether, alcohol, drugs, what was involved. So, for example, in my mum's case, cause of death was sepsis infection. Manner of death took us 4 months to be able to investigate that it was negligence on behalf of the nursing home that caused it. So it took 4 to 5 months for them to put the manner of death in there. So the fact that the cause of death isn't listed, either her mum just hasn't told you that it's there, but if she specifically said that it's not there, then it's leaving it wide open that she was deceased before she hit the water, and they have to work out what that was, whether it was she was drugged, chloroform, or something, and put in the car.
Right. And then whenever it comes to the death of a child, the police are going to investigate the living dickens out of it to try to figure out who gave her whatever, was in her body.
Only if
Yeah.
they don't rule it an accident. If they rule it an accident. Now, did AWP say the position of her body in the back? Was she laying down? Was she
They
up?
didn't say.
No, they didn't go into detail like that, no.
Mm-mm.
Because I wonder.
I don't even want to ask that one.
I would.
But I do remember them saying on court TV that they believe some heavy stuff is going to come out of this case. That kind of shocked me for them to say that. And that's what I asked her mom. I said, do you know
Knowing
why?
Doug,
Mm-hmm.
Doug, he's a very gentle giant. By heavy stuff, he could very much be meaning kids partying, drinking, drugs involved, and that kind of thing.
Are they Christians? Do you know?
Yes. I don't think Jared is, but the other guys are, yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
I told you they're agnostic.
Well, which is
You were joking when you said that.
I was joking.
Which is the super good looking one with the long beard? What's his name?
That's my man.
No, that's my man. I'll fight you over him. What's his name?
Doug.
Doug. Ooh.
Doug's the one with the Viking-looking beard.
I'm gonna call him Dougie.
I'm going to tell him you're going to call him Dougie.
Your secrets are not safe.
Oh, I forgot I'm on Laura's live.
Yeah. This is in front of a few hundred people right now.
Is that Avery with the crickets or?
Yeah, I'm sitting outside, so it's
crickets.
Everything.
I thought it was Matt. I was like, no, I don't think it's Matt.
No,
Definitely not me.
No, I didn't want to disturb Jaden. He had chemo this morning and he's had a rough day. So I couldn't come on panel earlier because I was laying with him, and then he's finally out. So I came out to get on panel and talk, but I don't want to wake him up because he has had it rough.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, thank you.
I kind of like the crickets.
If you don't, you will regret being involved. Oh, Corinne, I didn't know what you were talking about first. All right. Airbags. None of them employed?
No.
Matt?
Employed?
No.
Employed? Never? Deployed?
Airbags didn't deploy.
They did?
They did not.
Oh, did not. Okay.
I wonder why. Especially if she hit on the side.
I don't think she hit a tree. The reason if you look at the Laura,
the front of the car's not damaged.
Laura, if you look at the video of when AWP finds the car under the water, the parts of the car that are scraped up and the mirror that was broken, that's the part that was touching the bottom of the lake.
Okay. So
airborne at all and came down on the water flat, I don't think they would deploy.
No, the airbags will only deploy if the front bumper is hit going, you worked it out before, 40 Ks per hour, whatever that is in miles.
Yeah, it was 30 miles per hour.
Yeah, you'd have to hit a tree or a wall or a car or something solid
Yeah.
going 30 k's per hour. Otherwise, they won't trigger.
No, see, Canine Rescue, Tyler found out that's not true by California law about the toxicology.
What's that?
Tyler said something about California law. They have to put it out or something.
Yeah.
Oh, Arnold
Unless it's a murder.
Schwarzenegger. Isn't that his name? He was the governor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Schwarzenegger put that into effect that if it's a homicide and it's a minor, then it will stay sealed.
Right. But if it's not, then then you can request the public information, which means if it's sealed, then we know what happened.
Correct. Yeah. That's what I read too.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Or if the parents, can the parents make that choice?
Not to my knowledge.
I believe they can. I think the parents are allowed to release the information should they wish.
I think anybody can get it through the Freedom of Information Act.
Except for if it's a homicide.
Yeah.
Unless it's a murder.
Interesting.
Because I read that the intent behind the law was, especially in really publicized cases, for journalists to be able to still cover the cases. And that's why they did it that way.
Oh, that makes sense.
And so then there was an appeal to that because people thought it was really terrible that minor kids' autopsy reports and things like that were being made public. And so then they changed the law and said, okay, we'll change the law. But from now on, it's only if somebody was murdered that it can't be made public. But everything else is fair game, regardless of age or whatever. That's what I read, and I looked into it.
Yeah.
I will double check with Emily D. Baker and get back to you.
Do you know Emily?
I do know Emily.
Oh my God. I have a girl crush on her. Seriously?
If you watch her streams regularly, I'm the one that calls her my spiffy legal mumbo jumbo talkie friend.
Okay, yes. I know. Okay, now I know who you are. Yeah, I watch all her streams. She's like the bomb.
She is.
Is her husband a lawyer too?
No, he's a dentist.
Oh, well, good grief. A lawyer married to a dentist. Go figure.
I watched her when she had 3,000 people in her lives. I mean, 3,000 subs.
How many does she have now? I don't even know who she is. I never heard of her.
1 million.
How many?
I think she's near 1 million.
Yeah.
I think the last time I checked, it was 667,000.
Oh, that's it. I thought
It's
she got
almost
more.
a bad number that Laura got in trouble on my channel for.
Tyler, she's the cool, cussing former prosecutor or district attorney, now lawyer with purple hair. She's awesome.
666 is where she's at.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 666.
We need to pray for her.
But when I tell you I watched her with 3,000 subs, we're talking less than 2 years ago.
So
And
she just took off. Was it because of the Johnny Depp case?
Yeah.
that put her over
Johnny Depp and Britney, and the Teddy Westbrook cases were her big ones.
Cardi B?
Tati Westbrook, some makeup YouTuber.
Oh.
Yeah.
She does. She doesn't do true crime.
Oh, okay.
She
does like celebrity analyzing legal, civil things. But she's so funny and she's so good.
Every single video she did on Johnny Depp has over 1.5 million views.
I believe it.
For her.
I was glued to her during the Johnny Depp trial.
Okay, I'm about to fall asleep, Laura, so I need to get off.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up.
Yeah, me too.
I've been on almost 5 hours. So, guys, I want to thank you guys for coming on. It was a great panel. Matt, I cannot thank you enough, and I cannot even believe you solved that mystery. That was amazing.
No problem. Anytime.
Absolutely. And I can't wait to show Zap Girl tomorrow. I'm back. Mystery solved on that light. It is not a light.
It was nice to meet you, Matt.
Yeah, you too. And
Avery?
great to talk to you again, Tyler.
Yes, you too.
And Avery, I want to thank you for coming up and clarifying. And Tyler, always a pleasure.
Yes.
And all right, so I'm going to shut down. I want to thank you guys. Mods, thank you so much for sticking it out the whole night. Thank you guys so much for super chats. Goldie, I know you were in here before. If you're still around, I want to thank you for the PayPal from the other night. Well, actually, it was like a couple days ago. So I want to thank you for that. And I hope all you guys have a fantastic night. I will see you tomorrow. I got to get to bed.
Good night.
Have fun.
Good night, guys.
Catch ya.